University and the Frederick Hobley Assembly Center for tonight's game between the TSU Tigers and your GSU Tigers. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please stand. Gentlemen, remove your caps and join us in honoring America with the playing of our national anthem. Now, let's meet the starting lineups for tonight's action. First, for Texas Southern University Tigers. At forward, a 5'10" senior, number 2, Nia Mitchell. At guard, a 5'10" junior, number 4, Jacqueline Jones.
And welcome to the Frederick C. Hobley Assembly Center for tonight's ball game between the Texas Southern University Lady Tigers and your Grambling State University Lady Tigers. Both of these teams coming off of a disappointing loss. Grambling, of course, losing to Prairie View A&M University on Saturday night. And for the Texas Southern University Tigers, an overtime loss to Jackson State University, who has been on a tear, and Grambling will have to see them next week. So this has been a very difficult stretch here for the Grambling Tigers as far as the upper echelon of the conference. Joining me here at courtside is Donovan Travis. And Travis, I'm going to tell you something. When you start looking at this Grambling State University basketball team, you know, they've already had the gauntlet with Southern, with Alcorn, lost against Prairie View. They really need to get a win here tonight because it gets even tougher when they go on the road against Jackson State University next week. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Grambling Tigers. They'll start Ariel Williams, Justice Coleman, and Candace Paramore, Malaysia Yancey, and Keturah Bingham for the Grambling State University Lady Tigers as they're being introduced by the public address announcer, Leon Thomas.
Absolutely. You talked about this next stretch. They're going to have to win this game. Absolutely. You definitely want to hurry up and get as much momentum as you can, especially trying to defend home court, especially when you're going to go into a hostile environment the very next week.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a big game here for the Lady Tigers. They, again, need a win desperately in order to make sure that when they get ready to go on the road, they can try to pick up a win. It is going to be extremely difficult. So, got to be a big game here tonight for the Lady Tigers, and I think where it starts is turnovers. They cannot have the turnovers that they had against Prairie View A&M University. That was one of the issues that Coach Freddie Murray talked about.
Absolutely. You talked about it, turnovers, 20-plus turnovers coming and then end up resulting in about 30 points for the other team, so you definitely want to cut down on those as much as possible.
Absolutely. Texas Southern University coming out in their road black, trimmed in maroon with maroon numbers. The Grambling State University Lady Tigers in their home gold here with black numbers and black trim. And we are just about ready and underway here between the Lady Tigers and Texas Southern University. Of course, both of these teams are Lady Tigers, but we'll refer to Grambling as the Lady Tigers and TSU as Texas Southern. Candace Paramore gets the opening tip. And Ariel Williams with the ball to Bingham. She gets the start tonight for the Lady Tigers. Now to Candace Paramore. Tried to get it to Justice Coleman, and it goes out of bounds.
Early showing a turnover. You definitely don't want to have that happen, or at least have that amount to anything early on.
Lady Tigers right now will come back on defense. Of course, it was a huge game for the for Texas Southern University that they just couldn't pull off, and that field goal is good. It's now 2-0. Grambling is trailing.
The ball stolen by TSU.
Well, a big steal here. And coming on the other side was Siani Cryer, and a foul coming up, and it'll be against Grambling State University. And that's something else that they really cannot afford to have. There's a lot of fouls here in this contest. Well, you look at Texas Southern University, man, they really had a scrap against a very tough Jackson State team, very different from last year.
You know, you talked about scrapping and having to fight. Those are the type of games you are going to have if you want to succeed. As the first free throw is up and good for Siani Cryer.
Siani Cryer, of course, a transfer from Rutgers, coming from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Of course, the lady Texas Southern University, coached by legendary WNBA former player Cynthia Cooper. No stranger to the SWAC. She was also a coach at Prairie View A&M University as well. 2-0, 3-0 is our score. Grambling is trailing, and now Texas Southern comes away with the basketball once again. Cryer coming away, will drive, shoots, goes in, and it's now 5-0. And that is something that they do a very good job of.
And ball almost turned over there on the inbound. But Grambling State is fortunate enough to come back with it.
Lady Tigers right now trailing 5-0. Grambling with the basketball. Nothing happening.
That was an excellent job by Paramore. That's something that this team's going to have to do a lot of, or has been doing a lot of early in the season, and that's driving to the hole, specifically Paramore.
That foul was against Ryan Lewis.
The first free throw is up and good.
Second free throw up and good, so now the Lady Tigers are on the scoreboard. 81-79, Jackson State University lost to Jackson State University beat Texas Southern.
This ball worked inside. Ariel Williams able to come out with it.
And she's coming down out of control, and the ball is taken away by Cryer, and it's going to be out of bounds.
But no, they're going to call a foul. That foul is going to go against Siani Cryer.
Yeah. And for Cryer, that'll be her first personal and the team's first. Team's second, I should say. Texas Southern University, of course, was led in scoring by Siani Cryer and Nia Mitchell. Both had 21 points in the game against Jackson State University. Matter of fact, Mitchell, 21 points and 13 rebounds. Nia Mitchell is starting. She's wearing number 2 down on the floor. Shot up, no good. Ball tipped around and finally brought down by Nia Mitchell. Mitchell up the floor, and not being able to handle the basketball is Rochelle Velez. Rochelle Velez, 17 points. She was the third leading scorer on the team against Jackson State University.
You were able to hear Coach Cooper is not happy with the way that possession ended.
And now Ariel Williams with the basketball. Here is the basket by Bingham, up and good. 5-4 now our score, 7:55 remaining here in the first quarter of play. Santoria Black along with Donovan Travis, a steal there. Bingham gets the ball out to Ariel. Ariel Williams goes in, gets the bucket, and now Lady Tigers take their first lead of the ball game. It is now 6-5, Grambling on top.
That was just pure talent and pure speed by Ariel Williams, just outrunning everybody to get to the front.
3-point basket by Cryer. Cryer was 8 of 18 from the field against Jackson State, 4 of 7 from long range. But where they struggled at, the free throw line. She was just 1 of 6 from the charity stripe. Texas Southern, 8 of 22 against Jackson State.
And that turnover, traveling violation against Yancey. So Texas Southern will come back down with the ball and a chance to expand on this lead. Texas Southern working the ball deflected, but able to get it back out to the wing. And that
pointer.
Atiaya Bridges And the ball thrown away on the inbound.
And it's going to go back to Texas Southern. Coach Murray not happy with his Lady Tigers right now. 11-6, and they were up 6-5. It's a 5-0 run now for Texas Southern University. Lots of movement going on without the ball. Pryor inbounding, Nia Mitchell goes in bucket. That is textbook basketball, and it's now 13-6. Ariel Williams with the basketball. She's defended.
A lot of excellent off-ball defense being shown by Texas Southern right now.
Oh, yeah, this is a team that is not afraid to play some tough defense. Going up for the shot. Good. Crowd wanted a three-point play. No call there. And now a three-pointer on the way for Texas Southern. No good. It's going to be an air ball.
Texas Southern still gets the ball, though.
Cryer bounced past Nia Mitchell. Boy, she is wide open in the paint.
I wouldn't even say it's necessarily just wide open in the paint. Just the ball is being placed right where it has to be in order to get to her underneath. And Paramore goes in. She's fouled. And she's taking her time to get up.
15-8 our score. And remember, it was 6-5. And we can see on the replay here where Candace Paramore goes down on the floor. 15-8 is our score. Bingham comes out of the ball game for the Grambling Lady Tigers. Paramore for three, up no good. Yancey with the rebound. Now Ariel Williams with the basketball. Tries to go inside to Justice Coleman, out of bounds, and it goes back to Texas Southern.
Talk about it. This defense for Texas Southern is no joke. They are playing absolutely smothering defense.
Coach Murray telling his players that they have to make sure that they're talking. 5:41 remaining here in this first half of first quarter of play. Of course, you have the second game of our doubleheader coming up here, the men's basketball team. Tell you more about that in just a little bit. Ariel Williams with the basketball now. Williams going in, pass inside to Jasmine Forte, and Texas Southern will get the ball back. Now coming into the ball game here for the Lady Tigers is going to be Alexis Holt, 5'8" junior. So Grambling Lady Tigers, they were led in scoring by Candace Paramore, 17 points against Prairie View A&M University. That'll be a good battle over there in Jackson tonight, Prairie View and Jackson State. Good defense by the Lady Tigers, 10 on the shot clock. Fryer going in, and that's going to be a
3-second violation. And that's what happens when you are able to get them to hold the ball or just make sure they still move the ball around. Somebody's going to fall asleep on offense and get lost in the paint.
4:59 remaining here in the first quarter of play. Some tough defense being played by Tamaria White, 5'4" sophomore from Atlanta, Georgia. Yancey driving the baseline, got caught in the air and recovering the basketball. Momentarily was Holt, goes out of bounds off of Texas Southern. And we have a timeout on the floor. And so we'll take a timeout as well with the score of the Grambling Lady Tigers trailing 15-8. 4:40 remaining here in this first quarter play. We'll take this timeout. We'll be right back.
The official Grambling State University app is here, and the features make it 100 times easier for you to navigate through the semester. Get direct access to your grades, student email, your Tiger One card, news, the KGRM radio station, campus events, local weather, and more. There's even a map that'll show you exactly where you are on campus so that you can get to where you need to be. In your free time, you can stay up to date with the latest social media posts from the Grambling State University, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So head over to the App Store and download the Grambling State mobile app today.
The world-famed Tiger Marching Band presents Click It or Ticket. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Back here on GSU TV, the Grambling Lady Tigers right now trailing Texas Southern 15-8 as we have 4 minutes and 39 seconds remaining here in this first quarter play. Paramore with the basketball inside to Jasmine Forte, nearly lost it. Now back to Paramore with 2 seconds left on the shot clock, and that's going to be a jump ball because it got stuck in between the rim and the backboard, and it will go to Texas Southern.
At first they call it a jump ball, but now they're saying no, instead we're going to call it a shot clock violation. So let's keep up with stats. Just want to pick up.
Texas Southern basketball, and that's going to be a pass out of bounds.
Still trying to work in the inside to Nia Mitchell. And went to the well one too many times there.
$15-8 out, still our score. Grambling with the basketball. Yancey now controlling the ball in between the circles. Now looking, getting it out to Paramore. Paramore looking, shot is up. It is no good off the rim, and Cryer with the basketball. She had 4 rebounds against Jackson State.
Ball looked inside to guess who?
Nia Mitchell. And Nia Mitchell, boy, she is going to be a tear. And again, she had 21 points against Jackson State.
21 points that game. She already has 8 this game. And the foul's going to be, looks like it's going to be on, is that 22? Yep. Breasia McElrath.
Well, the biggest problem that they had in that game against Jackson State University, not only the free throws, but 5 players fouled out of that ball game. And we've got free throws coming up for Paramore. And Paramore in that game against Prairie View A&M University. She shot 70% from the field. She was 7 for 10. A lot of talking going on the floor.
It's mostly coming from Texas Southern's head coach.
Yeah, she's a big proponent of communication on the floor.
And the second free throw is good. And Bingham comes into the game now for Justice Coleman. A little bit more size on the inside now, as Grambling now has Jasmine Forte and Bingham both on the floor on the inside. So you got to imagine that they're trying to make that their answer for Nia Mitchell.
Well, in that game, I tell you what, this is something that I know that
Attention, please turn all flashes off your cameras and cell phones. Thank you.
somebody with the flash going on. And Coach Cooper expressing, hey, can you make sure you turn the flashes off? Jones going in for the shot, no good, foul coming up.
That foul's going to be against Malaysia Yancey. That's, excuse me, Bingham. That's her first.
(18-9) is our score. Second free throw up and good.
Those shots were by Jakayla Jones. Her first 2 points of the ball game.
And Paramore thought about it. Oh, and ill-advised pass, and here comes Texas Southern. And that's Cryer who gets the shot.
They brought an unexpected double team for Paramore. Paramore tried to get the ball out a little sooner, but by the time she was about to let it go, the double team swarmed her. It results in an easy 2 for Texas Southern. And the ball stolen by Mitchell. Mitchell throws it out, but a little too far, and Paramore is able to get it back.
And threw it right into the hands of Velez. Three-pointer on the way, no good. Goes off high, and Nia Mitchell recovers. Velez thought about the three, gets it into the big girl, and now they'll reset. Jones goes in, and that's going to be an offensive foul charge to Jones. 2:27 remaining here in this first quarter of play. 21-9, and here comes Ariel Williams. Yancey will get the rest. Also coming into the ball game will be Brandy Washington. Paramore is going to come out of the ball game here. And so far in this ball game, Nia Mitchell is tops with 8 points so far in this first quarter.
Ball worked inside to Forte. Forte, she gets blocked, but she gets fouled.
Yep. And if that's on Lewis, no, it's going to be on Lauren Lewis. That's her first personal. Forte shooting free throws, and boy, she gets the shooter's roll. Forte had her struggles at the free throw line, and she's 1 for 2 there. 21-10 our score. Grambling trailing by 11. 2:12 remaining here in the first quarter of play. And we're going to take this timeout. When we come back, more from here at the Frederick C. Hovde Assembly Center. 21-10 our score. We'll be right back.
What is Grambling? Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
Back here at the Frederick C. Hovde Assembly Center, and a three-pointer by Ataya Bridges. Bridges now has her first 3 points of the contest. As a matter of fact, she has 2 3-pointers. She has 6 points, and it's now 24-10. Grambling trailing with 1:37 remaining in the first quarter. And another turnover, and this one goes off of Ariel Williams. They say it goes off of Williams, and it'll go back to Texas Southern University. Now Justice Coleman will come back into the ball game.
As TSU is moving the ball around, it ends up out of bounds and is going to stay here with Texas Southern. Ball inbounded now. Ball being moved around. Galez goes inside, won't get it, but a foul's coming up.
Another Grambling foul here. Washington with her first.
Right now, just looking at some early numbers, as the first free throw is good Texas Southern is just controlling the paint right now.
Yeah, when you're outscoring 10-4 there on the paint, that's big.
The second free throw is good. But I'm trying to work a little fast here, trying to catch the defense lacking.
Justice Coleman with the shot up, no good. Forte's going to go over the back. Well, the other thing is they're shooting 80% from the field, 8 of 10 at that last time out. And already Nia Mitchell with 11. Now she will come out of the ballgame momentarily. And coming into the contest is 22, Breasia McAlrath, the graduate student from Forest Park, Georgia. Shot up, no good. Getting the rebound is McAlrath.
And another foul coming up, and it's going to be on
Bridges.
Forte again.
And Forte now with 2. 26-10 our score. Grambling trailing, 48 seconds remaining in the first quarter. And already Lady Texas Southern shooting well over 70% from the field. First free throw up and good. And for Bridges,
second free throw is good. 28-10 now our score with 48 seconds remaining here in the first quarter.
she only had 6 points in the game against Jackson State University. She's already got 8. A near steal. Nice job inside, and that's going to be Brandy Washington for 2. Well, you can just see Brandy Washington working to the bucket.
A lot of physicality coming as it had to happen, though.
And it looks like Velez trying to find an opening, and she does inside. McAlrath, and that's going to be a 3-second violation. And now Grambling will get the ball back with 10 seconds remaining.
And Bingham will come back into the game now for Forte. And the ball's almost stolen.
Oh, they say it's off of Grambling, off the hands of Alexis Holt. And Texas Southern will get the ball back. (28-12), 8 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. Oh, that's a cheap one. That's a cheap foul.
You can see Washington not happy about that one at all. Now
I wouldn't be happy either. That was a cheap foul to call right there. And if you take a look at the replay here, really and truthfully, I mean, that's kind of a touch-and-go foul there.
first free throw is good.
No good.
No good, excuse me.
28-12, 7 seconds remaining.
A wise man once said, ball don't lie.
Ball don't lie. I don't, that one's, I've been an official before, and I guess it's all on your perspective on how you call that particular foul. That's one of those, you kind of let that one go.
And 2 second, 1
And
second.
Velez gets the ball, but it's not going to be in time enough, and that's the end of the first quarter. With the score, the Grambling State University Lady Tigers trailing 29-12. We'll take this time out. You're watching Grambling State University basketball on GSU TV. Grambling State University Lady Tigers trail 29-12 as we start the second quarter of play here. When you take a look at this first quarter, Texas Southern outscoring Grambling. That's one of the storylines, but the other one is Bridges 8 points in the first quarter. She had 6 in the game against Jackson State University. Nia Mitchell already in double figures with 11 points in the contest.
They just went on a scoring tear in that first half, especially making their presence felt early in the paint, both on defense and offense. Ball almost lost.
Great defense by Paramore and Justice Coleman. And now the ball, oh, that's going to be a travel call. Good defense by the Grambling Tigers, trapping the big lady out front.
Excellent defense by Grambling State, able to smother and take away those passing lanes. And a foul coming up. That's going to be on McElrath.
Corrected score now. We just got the official stats. Mitchell with 8 points in the contest. For Texas Southern, Nia Mitchell and as well as Cryer coming into the game. Cryer had 8 points. So that's 24 points of the production, just those 3 players. That's going to be a foul coming up here. There's going to be a foul on Texas Southern. Texas Southern 75% from the field, 9 of 12 in the first quarter. Oh, Ariel Williams with the ball trying to get inside. Here is Justice Coleman. They're going to call her for travel. And Justice Coleman asked the official, how does she travel?
She didn't get the answer she wanted.
Out of bounds, good defense. Good defense there by Ariel Williams. And Texas Southern will make a substitution. This is going to be Jacqueline Jones, and she will take out Bridges.
Ball worked inside and a foul coming up on Bingham.
Yeah, Bingham's going to be charged with the foul there. Texas Southern with the basketball. Jones looking, and Paramore comes away with the turnover. Paramore's going to go in. Oh, no call there. Ariel Williams goes in for the shot, no call.
Ball being worked in now.
Justice Coleman has the ball that goes out of bounds and back to Texas Southern. Back to Grambling. And Bingham goes in and she's fouled.
Grambling trying to work the ball inside as much as they possibly can, but they're just being met with too many bodies.
And going into the ball game now, getting ready to check into the ball game, will be Ryan Lewis. And she takes out Brittany Gabrielle. She switches out a lot of those young ladies down there. She's got Gabrielle 6'1", Lewis, Ryan Lewis, who's 6'3", Lauren Lewis, who's 6'3", and Angok, we haven't seen her yet, 6'4". And here comes Texas Southern once again, 29-12. This score has remained the same. Shot up, no good, and coming down with the ball is Paramore, and a foul coming up. This one's going to be charged to Jones. And we got another substitution coming in for Texas Southern University. This time it's going to be Namiko Adams, the junior from Sacramento, California, transfer from Chipola College. Quite a few transfers coming in for Texas Southern University. We saw that against Prairie View.
Talked about transfers. I'm being told as the ball is just battered around. Almost. I'm being told that Ja'Kaylin Jones, she's not on the floor right now for Texas Southern, but she was actually originally signed with Grambling back in the 2017-2018 season.
From Holmes Community College. She's originally from Little Rock, Arkansas. And that's going to go against Texas Southern University. That's going to be against number 44, and that's going to be Ryan Lewis. And now coming into the lineup for Texas Southern University will be Alasia Reddy, 5'7" senior from Jacksonville, Arkansas. Two shots now for Justice Coleman.
First free throw's up and good.
First quarter, not a lot of scoring there for the Lady Tigers. Candace Paramore with 5.
Second free throw, no good. Ball inside and just nobody's there on defense, and an easy 2.
And that's Reddy.
Now Grambling trying to work back. Ball rifled inside to Coleman. Coleman, she goes up, hoop in the horn.
And that's what Coleman needed. And now Lady Tigers have a chance at a three-point play, 31-15. And Paramore just a great job recognizing Jasmine Coleman, and she was just able to work in between defenders and getting a big bucket there.
Justice Coleman, 80% free throw shooter. And that one's good. 15-point ball game now. Grambling able to get it down a little bit with that three-point play.
Lady Tigers trying to make a little bit of a comeback here, and that's something that they've been doing. They did it against Southern, they did it against Prairie View, now against Texas Southern. They find themselves in a big hole early. That's something that Coach Freddie Murray talked about, is not creating a big hole early, and now coming back into the ball game will be Ataya Bridges.
You definitely don't want to be playing from behind. I feel like it takes more energy out of you, trying to play from behind, and then when you finally get right there, finish it. Ball cross-court pass. Paramore for the 3-ball. She hits it.
And so for Paramore, that's another big three-pointer.
Very dangerous cross-court pass there by Williams, throwing it over to the side of Mitchell, and Mitchell actually knows how to jump, and I mean she can jump. A 3-second violation.
And that's something that's happened quite a bit this evening so far for Texas Southern, is a 3-second violation.
And Coach Cooper getting a warning. She has been officially warned by the referee. So anything after that is potentially technical.
And now the officials have said we've heard enough, and now she's got to stay within that box area. Of course, you get 2 technicals, you got to go to the locker room and watch the game on YouTube.
Three-pointer no good by Justice Coleman. Texas Southern going back the other way.
31-19, here's Cryer for 3, good. And Coach Murray telling Area Williams to get out on her, and that's why they cannot leave that much room for Cryer to shoot. Shot up no good, goes out of bounds, off of Grambling, goes back to Texas Southern. And now coming out of the ball game is Area Williams. (34-19). Lady Tigers trailing right now. Nice bounce pass to Nia Mitchell. Can't come up with the bucket, and it nearly goes out of bounds, and saving the basketball was Alexis Holt. Now Holt gets it to Bingham, to Paramore. Paramore, ooh, too hard off the glass.
Just too strong.
And Velez goes in and gets the bucket. .5:13 remaining here in the second quarter of play.
Paramore goes inside, able to dump it off to Holt in the corner. 3-ball, no good. And Mitchell comes down with it, and Texas Southern going back the other way now.
Nice pass, Nia Mitchell wide open going into the paint. She missed it. Out of bounds, and it goes back to Texas Southern.
And a timeout on the floor.
Timeout on the floor, 4:53 remaining here in this first quarter play, and we'll keep it right here. This portion of the broadcast being brought to you by our good friends at Coors. Coors, great sponsors of the Grambling State University Athletic Department. Let's take a look at the women's basketball schedule coming up. This is not going to be easy because after this game, you got to go to Jackson State, which has really been tough. Coach Murray, very animated over there on the bench. Haven't seen him that animated in a while. After that, you got Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Mississippi Valley. So 3 straight road games now for Grambling State University. Jackson, Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Mississippi Valley before returning home the weekend of February the 8th and the 10th to take on Alcorn State. So this is really one of those schedules here. In the next 5 games, they have really got to tighten down because you got Jackson. That's going to be a tough one right now. They've been really putting up a lot of points. Valley and Pine Bluff, 2 games that you should win. And then the second half of the schedule begins when you get Southern and Alcorn coming back here to the Frederick C. Hamdi Assembly Center. And that's going to be the real test here is, can you get a couple of those games on the road in this 3-game road trip?
Absolutely. You talked about, this road trip is going to be a tough one. This whole stretch, this whole next 5-game stretch is enough to help them define who they are and find out who they are as a team. Because you're going from the start of the season winding down, and so like, okay, we can figure things out still. We still have a little bit of time the tournament is right around the corner. We need to get this situated ASAP.
Yep. Kind of changing up the defense here just a little bit. Texas Southern with the basketball. Nia Mitchell, who has 11 points in the ball game. Shot up, no good, but a foul coming up.
No, they say shot clock violation first, so Grambling State will get the basketball.
Grambling with the basketball.
It's like a foul coming up against Grambling.
I mean, a double foul. Forte and Mitchell. Mitchell has 1, Forte has 3. Now Nia Mitchell will come out of the ball game.
And the
Justice
travel
Coleman is going to be
violation.
called for traveling. 4:17 remaining, 36-19 to score.
Ball worked inside now, and a foul coming up, and that's going to be on Forte. And
That's 4.
that is her 4th, and we're not even at halftime yet.
So now coming in for Jasmine Forte is going to have to be
Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison, Jemiah Harrison is going to come in. Forte, really one of those players that does a lot for this team on offense and defense.
She's such a defensive presence, not even just a defensive presence, but a presence overall on defense and offense with her size.
Well, I tell you what, this is when I looked at this basketball schedule, this schedule here in the last few weeks, Coach Murray and Coach Cooper are having fun with each other over the sideline.
Yeah, he's having a little smile with her.
First free throw up and good. Free throw up and no good. Harrison fell down and she got the basketball, and now there's going to be a jump ball, and that'll be possession going back to the Lady Tigers.
And full court pressure being brought now by Texas Southern.
Substitution coming in now for Texas Southern University. They're going to bring in Tamaria White from Atlanta, Georgia. Well, one great thing about next week, only one game for the Lady Tigers. They'll have Jackson State there off next Monday. They get a chance to rest up and get ready for another stretch run. Nice pass, trying to get it to Justice Coleman. She recovers, down inside with the trees. Now Paramore for three. It's up, it's good.
That possession went from oh no to oh yeah. As Justice Coleman able to get the ball away and find a wide open Paramore for an easy triple.
On the end line, and it goes back to Grambling State.
If Grambling State can keep up this momentum and keep up this tempo, they will have all the momentum in the world heading into halftime. Still full court pressure being brought by Texas Southern. Grambling able to get it. Able to now get it across half court, but the ball is still stolen.
And that's going to be, of course, Cryer. Losing control of the ball is 24 Bridges. And now Bridges is going to be brought out of the ball game.
And back into the game now is Tamaria White.
Justice Coleman out the ball to Paramore. Thought about the three, now will drive. Shot up and good.
And one.
Paramore now with 13 points. 37-24. Grambling now down by just 13. And now Paramore has 13.
Nice little fake, giving up the three-pointer and instead going inside. And now just might get three the old-fashioned way. Free throw up and good, and she does. Paramore getting some lockdown defense on White.
Oh, they're going to call a foul. And Coach Murray not happy about that.
And the ball's being inbounded on our side, and some of the fans trying to draw a little bit of a distraction.
And out with the basketball is Bridges. Here is Cryer. Nice pass inside by Cryer, and not being able to finish it is Gabrielle. And here comes Grambling. Yancey with the basketball. And this is now just a 12-point ball game, by the way. 37-25. Grambling has made some real headway. Going inside, up, no good. Foul coming up on Gabrielle.
Alexis Hull headed to the free throw line now for Grambling. First free throw is up and rolls in and out.
No good.
Second one also no good, so no points on that trip to the line for Grambling. And that's not something you need right now. Ball worked inside, can't finish on the inside.
Ball on the floor. All kinds of scrambling, jump ball. Possession now Texas Southern. And they wanted a traveling violation. Did the ball come over here somewhere?
Yes, underneath one of the tables. I think we had to inbound the ball.
We had to inbound the basketball, yeah. I didn't know you had eligibility left.
About maybe one more year. And the foul coming up, it looks like.
It's going to be on Holt. And for Holt, that'll be her second personal.
And now they're in the bonus.
With 2:17 remaining, 37-25. First free throw up and good for Velez.
So I think I understand what's going on with the fans and the crowd next to us. There's a pin on the floor. I think one of the referees told them to place that there, and you cannot come past that pin to say anything.
Oh, wow.
Second free throw is up and good. And there's full court pressure being brought now still for Texas Southern. They don't want them to get the ball past half court. They don't even want them to get the ball inbound.
That's right.
Yancey going inside. Can't finish, but a foul is coming up.
And that is something that .210 remaining here in the first half of play, and it's 40-25. Yancey with 2 coming up. And she'll have one more. 14 points for Paramore. Yancey with her first point of the ball game. Yancey shooting 65% for the season. 39-27, Grambling trailing by 12. Here's Cryer. Three-pointer on the way, no good. The air ball, and here comes Yancey. Ready was not ready. Ariel Williams now with the basketball, and Williams will just take it herself, can't hit the bucket, and coming away with it is Ready. Out to Velez. And Velez gets the bucket. Velez into now 9 points. Inside, that's Yancey up, no, oh, rattled in, no good. She gets the rebound, goes up, gets the bucket.
And the foul coming up.
Yeah, there was a foul on the floor before that, and so Paramore will get the foul. Lots of fouls being called in this first half.
You already have Jasmine Forte in foul trouble, with already 4 before halftime.
Paramore 2 fouls. I thought it was 1, but it is 2. Cryer with the first free throw up and good. One more opportunity at the charity stripe.
She now already has 12 in this contest. Cryer. Second free throw good, so make it 13. Grambling trying to hurry up and get something going. Paramore gets the ball.
Justice Coleman going in for the shot and gets the bucket. 43-31, back to a 12-point deficit. A minute remaining until halftime, and up and good by Lauren Lewis on the other side.
Well, inside, and a foul coming up, and that's going to be against Malaysia Ready.
So 2 shots here coming up by Yancey. Texas Southern comes into this game 8-7 overall, 3-1 in conference play. (45-32) now. Yancey back at the free throw line. She hits 2.
Bingham comes in now for Yancey, a little bit more size for the inside. Now Grambling is in a little bit of a half-court 1-3-1.
Bridges with the ball and gets kicked out of bounds by Alexis Hope. I'm taking a look at Grambling right now. They sit in 9th place in conference play. Why is that important? Because only the top 8 go to the tournament.
Back into the game now for Grambling. Yancey.
And now the officials coming over to the scores table. Grambling tied with Prairie View actually right now. Both teams struggling coming in. But Prairie View, of course, getting that win. And Cryer goes up, no foul call. And here comes Yancey. Yancey gives it up. So Alexis Holt, no good, but she's fouled.
Nice ball movement. Able to have eyes down the court. Shot, however, is no good for Alexis Holt. However, she did get fouled, so now she'll have a chance to cut this TSU lead down to 10.
And now Bingham will come out of the ball game here. Ariel Williams back with Paramore and Justice Coleman. Alexis Holt and Yancey on the other side. One more free throw, as you can see, Alexis Holt. Oh, rattles in and out, no good. 45-34, down to an 11-point lead, and at one point in time, this was nearly a 20-point lead now for Texas Southern, and they can run it down to the last shot of the half. Cryer, crossover dribble, losing the ball. Lost control where she was, 2 seconds left. Inside, shot up, good. And so that is Lauren Lewis getting the bucket. 47-34 going into halftime. As you can see, lots of movement going on. Paramore for 3, getting the shot. On the other side, Paramore driving, being able to draw the foul and getting the shot. And then Yancey taking a big shot. Can't get it, but getting the rebound. We'll take this break. 47-34 is the score. We'll be right back.
Official Grambling State University app is here, and the features make it 100 times easier for you to navigate through the semester. Get direct access to your grades, student email, your Tiger One card, news, the KGRM radio station, campus events, local weather, and more. There's even a map that'll show you exactly where you are on campus so that you can get to where you need to be. In your free time, you can stay up to date with the latest social media posts from the Grambling State University, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So head over to the App Store and download the Grambling State mobile app today.
The world-famed Tiger Marching Band presents Click It or Ticket. Drive sober or get pulled over.
The official Grambling State University app is here, and the features make it 100 times easier for you to navigate through the semester. Get
And we're back here at the Frederick C. Hamdi Assembly Center, where the Lady Tigers right now trail Texas Southern University by the score of 47-34 as we get ready to start the second half. And one of the things that we can definitely say, Donovan, is that Lady Tigers making a little bit of a comeback in the second half. As you can see, Ariel Williams bringing the ball down the floor and going all the way in and getting a bucket there. And, of course, other players getting involved in the ball game was, of course, Bingham. She got involved in there. She got a couple of points. But big story, Paramore, 14 points in the ball game in the first half. Also working the rebound. She's got 4 rebounds leading the team. This has to be a more balanced effort for the Lady Tigers. The other thing is for Texas Southern University, they've got to stop the scoring of Cryer, Mitchell, who had 8 points. Cryer had 13 points. They really got to do a whole lot in trying to slow that down a little bit.
Absolutely, and you don't have enough bodies for it. If you look at the roster for Texas Southern versus Grambling, or the amount of players that are even actively playing right now for Grambling versus Texas Southern. Texas Southern is definitely using a lot more people and have a lot more fresh bodies going in and out of the game. Grambling doesn't have that luxury.
And Grambling will get the ball to start things off here in the second half.
Shot up by Yancey. That won't go. Ball ends up in the hands of Bingham.
Nice job by Bingham, and she gets the bucket. So now the Lady Tigers have cut the lead. Texas Southern already with a sub coming in at the table.
8 seconds on the shot clock now for Texas Southern, though. Now 5. Deep 3. No good.
Oh, Justice Coleman lost the ball out of bounds.
She wanted to get it up ahead to Paramore, but there were some bodies in the way of that. And by the time she stopped herself, it was too late.
So now Nia Mitchell in the ball game, along with Breasia McAlrath, also in the contest. McAlrath is a graduate student.
And ball almost stolen by Paramore. Now corner 3 for Velez, and that's good.
Velez, 17 in that game against Jackson State. And she's got double figures now, 12 here in the ball game against Grambling. Paramore now with the basketball. Cryer defending her. Nice job by Paramore, and boy, she gives it up. She should have went all the way in and tried to score. She gave it up, and this ball goes out of bounds.
Cryer was trying to get it to Mitchell. Only problem was Mitchell was not paying attention. She threw it right behind her, so a lucky break for Grambling State.
Coach Cooper is extremely animated.
Head is just down.
She had to go over to this, just sit down for a minute and take a breath. You know, that's one of the things that happens when you play at a high level like she has. When you're coaching, simple things sometimes don't make sense to you. And here's Cryer stealing the basketball, missed the bucket.
Can't connect on point-blank range.
And Paramore comes on the other side, three-pointer on the way, no good. Yancey with the rebound, she goes in and gets the bucket.
That's one of the things that Yancey does good. She's not afraid to get a running start to get those boards. And a jump ball by Yancey on Mitchell, and Mitchell is hobbling a little bit. Mitchell is one of the more high flyers, not just this Texas Southern team, but the SWAC as a whole, and she has to hobble off to the bench area, so we'll see what that's all about. Possession arrow did stay with Texas Southern, though, so Texas Southern gets the ball underneath the basket.
Tell you something about this Texas Southern University team. We know Grambling's had a challenging schedule coming into this year. Texas Southern, same thing. They've got, I would say, about 4 good quality wins. They beat Texas Rio Grande Valley by 27. At Hawaii, they beat by 17. Here is Ariel Williams going in for the shot. Good. And it's cut the lead to 10 now.
Grambling State's going to have to pick it up now, only down 10 at the start of this third.
I'll tell you what, I think they're going in the right direction, though. You just got to keep it You know, stop in the bucket, stop in the bucket. That's all you have to do. And a good steal. Here's Paramore after the steal. Paramore goes in, can't get the bucket, but right there is Yancey. Now to Bingham. Bingham with the shot up and no good, and Cryer with the rebound. It's going to be a foul on Bingham.
That's going to send Bridges to the line now. Still only with 8 in the contest. First free throw is up and good.
Don't forget you can get tickets to the Grambling State University basketball games for just $12. If you're coming with a group of 20 or more, it's $7. So make sure that you get your tickets now for the big games coming up February the 8th and the 10th when Southern University and Alcorn come to town.
Corner 3 by Bingham, that won't go. And now a loose ball and a jump ball, and possession arrow goes to Grambling State.
And now Grambling getting the ball back.
Justice Coleman goes inside, tries to dump it off to Yancey, but just off of her fingertips. Ball being worked around now by Texas Southern, now into the corner.
And with the basketball is White. White on the baseline, defended by Ariel Williams. And that's going to be a foul coming up, and it might be on Ariel Williams or Yancey here.
And Coach Cooper still animated about her team. Everybody's saying the same thing, so she's not happy with the excuse. Ball inside to White.
Shot up, no good. And coming down with the basketball is Alexis Holt.
And a foul coming up
on the open floor.
That's going to be against Tamaria White, her first of the contest. Ball worked inside, can't go. Yancey still stays with the ball, now kicks it out to Paramore.
And the ball goes out of bounds. Oh, crashing into the Grambling bench area. 6:22 remaining in the third quarter, 52-40 the score.
Inside now, Ariel Williams.
Nice job, Ariel Williams. Nia Mitchell getting ready to check back in for Texas Southern. Fryer with the basketball. She'll take the shot. Up, no good. Great rebound by Yancey. Now to Ariel Williams. Justice Coleman fake going down the baseline. No foul called. And here comes Cryer. Cryer, pass out, shot no good. Rebound by Yancey. One and done on that trip. Bridges with the attempted shot. Now Ariel Williams. It's going to be a timeout here by Grambling. And that's going to be a timeout charge to Grambling State University. 52-42, Grambling trailing. We'll take this timeout. More basketball coming from the Frederick C. Hobby Assembly Center right after this here on GSU TV.
What is Grambling? Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
Back here at the Frederick C. Hovde Assembly Center, Grambling trailing 52-42. They've been fighting in this game, Donovan.
Absolutely. They've been fighting, and they found themselves behind early in the game, and they've been trying hard just to erase that deficit from before. But as soon as they get something going, it just gets swiped from underneath them. And Nia Mitchell, as well as the rest of this Texas Southern high-scoring offense, just keep running it up. As Nia Mitchell is back into the contest, she appears to be fine with her leg.
Justice Coleman, long shot up, good.
They're going to call that a deep 2.
And here's Cryer right on the other side, man. And here's Alexis Holt going in for the shot, no good. Nia Mitchell with the rebound.
Ball inside. Looks like a foul coming up.
And coming into the ball game now for Grambling will be Brandy Washington. (54-44) the score. And Cryer will inbound the basketball. Getting into Nia Mitchell. Great defense by Washington. Ball tipped in. Coming away with it is Alexis Holt. That was great defense by Brandy Washington.
You have to remember that Nia Mitchell's leg is still probably a little banged up. As Brandy Washington will go inside and get 2. You have to wonder if that's going to slow her down or stop her coming up short of her actual potential when it comes to jumping.
She is hobbling, and a foul coming up. Looks like it'll be charged to Grambling. So it's going to be out of bounds. Media timeout on the floor. 54-46. Grambling has cut this lead to single digits now. 54-46 this score. 4:35 remaining in the ball game. We will take this timeout. More coming from the Frederick C. Hovde Assembly Center right after this.
Grambling State University is the home of innovation, where influencers invest, where academics change the world, where we've been raising the bar for HBCUs on the field, in history, and in our community for more than a century. Join the next generation of world changers and innovation makers at the place where everybody is truly somebody.
Tigers right now, trailing now 54-46. And we take a look at this. The biggest lead by Texas Southern University was 18 points with 52 seconds left to go in the first quarter of play. And now you start looking at this. It's been they've had several runs, a 6-point run here, or I should say about an 8-point run here by the Grambling Tigers. This has been a big game here for Grambling.
Ball work inside.
Nothing doing. Nia Mitchell gets the ball back. Now to McElrath. Shot up, no good. Ball tipped around, goes out of bounds off of Texas Southern. Grambling 6 of 16 from the field. 6 of 15 from the field here in the third quarter. 16 of 42 from the game.
Jump shot no good by Justice Coleman, and Texas Southern going back the other way now. Ball inside now. McElrath close up and a foul.
Well, as we told you, Grambling State University has some big games coming up here. Jackson State University on the road next week. Then they'll be at Arkansas Pine Bluff. And at Mississippi Valley State University. And they'll come home to take on Southern and Alcorn. So in this next 5 games after this game here, you think you got to win at least 3, maybe 4 of those, because right now you're sitting in 9th place. And you start taking a look at some of these records here. Texas Southern right now 3-1 in the conference. You look at Southern right now, they're 4-2 in the conference. Jackson State University still undefeated going into tonight's game at 5-0.
Those are some big games that'll tell you everything you need to know about this team.
I think more importantly, just how big the SWAC, or how much the SWAC has improved overall at the top of the list. Shot up, good. Alexis Holt.
Another deep 2. They're calling it a 3, but they're probably going to correct that.
57-49 is the score. 8-point deficit for the Lady Tigers. 3:27 remaining here in the first half of play.
Shot up and good. And just as it seems that Grambling State is about to get something going, Texas Southern has the answer.
Well, Coach Freddie Murray was telling Bingham, don't foul inside like that. Because just as you said, they get something going and then all of a sudden, nothing doing. Nia Mitchell with the shot up, no good. And here comes Ariel Williams, 59-49, back to a 10-point lead. Nice job by Paramore going in. Oh, goes over the rim inside, and it's going to be a foul on the floor. That's going to go against McElrath. That's going to be 3 on her.
You can see Paramore just too strong.
Justice Coleman with a shot. That's going to be off. Forte back in the ballgame, by the way. She has 4 personal fouls. She's had to sit most of the game. That ball goes out of bounds. That's going to stay with Texas Southern.
You got to imagine if she's going to stay in the game, she's going to have to play very disciplined, especially in such a physical paint.
Yancey coming back into the ball game, and it's going to be Alexis Holt coming back out.
White thought about 3-ball jab, floater.
That's going to be an offensive foul. And the official not entertaining any comments from Cynthia Cooper right now.
Giving her a little bit of an explanation, but not enough for her to get the full effect.
59-49, Grambling with the basketball.
They have a chance to cut this lead to single digits.
And she does. Yancey gets the shot. Now 8 points. 8-point lead. Yancey with 10 points.
And a foul, and that's going to be on Forte, and that's 5 for her.
That's going to be on Forte, and that she has fouled out of the ball game. And coming into the game for Grambling State University is going to be Harrison. So Forte comes out of the ball game. Really hasn't been able to do a lot here today. First free throw. No good.
Second free throw.
No good. Yancey tried to get the rebound. McCowers came away with it.
Velez for 3. That won't fall.
And Harrison gets the rebound. Now to Paramore.
And
they're going to call travel.
No,
They said timeout first. Timeout before the travel. We'll keep it right here. So while we have this opportunity, we want to kind of tell you about the game. We've been mentioning how tough this how important these next 5 games are. 3-week period after this contest here against Texas Southern. Jackson State University 5-0 right now going into tonight's matchup against Prairie View A&M University. They go to 6-0. That means they're undefeated in conference play going into next week's game at home against Grambling. They would be 8-8 overall. Then Arkansas Pine Bluff, who's struggling a little bit, 3-11, but they're 2-2 in conference. Mississippi Valley still looking for their first win in conference play. They're 0-5, 1-15 overall. Then you'll have Southern, who's 4-2, 6-7 overall. And then Alcorn State, 3-2, 7-10 overall. Next 5 games for the Lady Tigers. Yancey with the ball, left side now to Ariel Williams. 9 seconds left on the shot clock. 1:58 remaining in the third quarter. Foul coming up. Looks like it's going to be on Velez. And for Velez, is that her first or second? I think it is. Second personal.
Second personal. Now Yancey, who has 10 points in this contest, one of the driving forces, one of the leading scorers for this Grambling team right now, is at the free throw line. First free throw is up and good. And you talked about it earlier. You got to have more production from other players outside of Paramore.
Oh, there's no doubt. And when you start looking at offense here, Grambling, right now, they're only averaging about 59, 60 points a ball game, while Texas Southern leading the conference in average points per game at 68. And this one goes out of bounds. This will be Grambling basketball. And that's exactly what they need, 59-53. And remember, at one point in time, Texas Southern had an 18-point lead with about 52 seconds remaining in the first quarter of play. Grambling has fought back and fought back. It's now 59-53. Here's Ariel Williams, little floater, good. Cutting this now to 4 points. 59-55, but minute 35 remaining here in this third quarter of play. And on the other side, Nia Mitchell gets the bucket. She has 12 points, third player in double figures for Texas Southern. Paramore for 3, up good. 61-58 now, Grambling trailing, 1:17 remaining. Three-pointer on the other side, up no good. Ball goes out of bounds off of Grambling, back to Texas Southern.
You talked about that 3 by Paramore. Remember, I said other players outside of Paramore have to produce. That doesn't mean that Paramore has to stop.
.20 seconds on the shot clock. They had to get that reset.
Loose ball.
And Grambling gets it. They can cut this lead down to 1 point. Ariel Williams gets the bucket, 61-60.
Nice job. Ariel Williams was going straight. Knows what's coming, so she prepares herself for it. Now we have a 1-point ball game.
It was 47-34 at the half. And Nia Mitchell right there to get the bucket. Back up by 3, 45 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
Justice Coleman with the ball now.
Lady Tigers have scored 26 points so far in the quarter. Ariel Williams can't get it. And there's Yancey. 63-62 now. Grambling trailing by just 1. 16 seconds remaining in the third quarter. 10 seconds. Cryer drives. Nia Mitchell turns the ball over. She can't get it. Out to Paramore.
2 seconds.
Paramore goes in front. The Lady Tigers go in front 64-63. 30 points in the third quarter of play by the Lady Tigers to take the lead at 64-63. Basket by Paramore to end the third quarter off of a steal by Ariel Williams. What a third quarter. We'll take this timeout.
What is Grambling? Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
Back here at the Frederick C. Hobby Assembly Center, the Lady Tigers had a 30-point third quarter. They have the lead now over Texas Southern University, 64-63. And Donovan, that is exactly what the Lady Tigers needed.
Absolutely. They have momentum going into this all-important fourth quarter. It's only a one-point ball game. So you win this quarter, you win this game.
That's it right there. You just got to win the quarter. And I think that's one of the things that Coach Murray talked about after that game against Prairie View is that they have to fight so hard in coming from behind in these ball games that it's become very difficult at times because you spend so much energy coming back that you can't sustain it.
Texas Southern will start with the basketball for this fourth quarter.
They outscored Texas Southern 30-16 in the third.
What a block by Harrison.
And now you got Alexis Holt coming in, and that was a big block by Harrison.
Very big block.
Well, I'll tell you what, you couldn't ask for a better third quarter. That's going to be an offensive foul charge to Texas Southern.
Excellent position by Alexis Holt, able to take that charge, and now we're going back the other way.
And I think that foul is on Jacqueline Jones.
Texas Southern still bringing full court pressure.
Jacqueline Jones, that's her third foul.
And shot clock did not start running.
We understand we have Shakila Hill watching this game here tonight.
Yes, indeed. Shakila Hill is watching the game, supporting Grambling State all the way from, I believe, Serbia.
Yes.
So definitely always nice to, see her staying around her Grambling roots.
And I've been trying to follow her when possible. I know she scored double figures in her last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. She's definitely turned up the pressure over there, and she's definitely making a very big impact overseas.
Alexis Holt with the basketball. Not a Paramore. A straight up man defense. Nice job by Holt. Can't get the bucket. Goes out of bounds off of Holt and back to Texas Southern. Well, you know what? The one thing you can say here is that it's really been impressive so far for the Grambling Tigers in that third quarter. When they didn't play so well in the first quarter, they were outscored 29-12, played a little bit better in that second quarter, made up some ground because they were down 17 at one point, then 18. Now all of a sudden, really outscoring this team 30-16 in this quarter. That's big.
That is huge, and now they have to hurry up and finish it now.
Yancey's going to be charged with the foul.
That's going to be Yancey's, only her second. Free throws coming up. This is for Siani Cryer. First free throw.
It's the first one.
Up and good. So now we have a tie ball game right now. But Texas Southern still has an opportunity to take the lead. Second free throw up and good. So now Texas Southern has a 1-point lead.
Again, all you got to do is win the quarter by 1 point, you win the game.
Williams thought about the three-pointer, knocked out of there. Loose ball. Bridges thought about it, but Williams was able to grab it and cause timeout.
Is that Grambling's last timeout?
I believe so.
I believe that might be their last time out. We're going to keep it right here. That is Grambling's last timeout of the ball game. That could prove to be huge down the stretch. Right now, when you start taking a look at some of the stats here in the ball game, Cryer right now is the leading scorer in the conference. She's averaging 17 points a ball game. Mitchell, third in the conference. She's averaging right around 15.7 points. Justice Coleman in the top 10. She's averaging 13 points a ball game. So you have 3 of the top 10 scorers in this contest.
Absolutely. Well, it's a high-scoring game for a reason because we have a lot of high scorers in the game.
Yep.
So we'll see who scores more.
Taking a look at some of the stats right now. 3 players in double figures for the Grambling Tigers, led by Candace Paramore, 19 points. Yancey with 14 points, Ariel Williams with 10 points. Forte fouled out of the game.
Ball being inbounded right in front of us.
Eight minutes, 56 seconds remaining in the game. You have to remember that was the final timeout for Grambling, and it's a foul coming up on the floor against Nia Mitchell, I believe.
That's going to be, if it is on her, that's her 3rd of this contest.
Yeah, that could be big also. 65-64, Grambling trailing by 1. Paramore going in for the shot, no good. Ball is finally rebounded by Nia Mitchell. She's still not 100%. Three-pointer on the way by Texas Southern, good. That's a big three-pointer. And that one by Destiny Arvinger from Jacksonville, Florida. And that is her first bucket of the ball game. And man, you talk about a timely bucket for Texas Southern. Here is Justice Coleman with the basketball out high. Coleman going up for the shot, no good. It goes out of bounds off of TSU back to Grambling. 68-64, Grambling on top. 8:16 remaining here in the contest. Santoria Black along with Donovan Travis bringing you today's ball game. And you know, it's a big game here for the Grambling Tigers. I don't think there's any question about that. And they have really fought from behind, and now they got to keep that energy up. Justice Coleman. Ariel Williams, not a Paramore. Paramore top of the key. Fakes, now goes right. Back to her left. Gets it to Harrison. Harrison with the bucket. 68-66 now the score. Grambling trailing by 2 points. 7:58 remaining in the ballgame. Three-pointer on the other side. Up good. This one by Jacqueline Jones. And her first three-pointer of the ball game. She has 5, and it's now 71-66. And Cynthia Cooper still giving it to the officials. Here's Justice Coleman. Coleman looking into the inside. Now she gets it. That's going to be a foul coming up. And this time it's going to be on 24 Bridges. That'll be her second personal foul. Alexis Holt now coming into the ball game, taking out Harrison. Ariel Williams with the basketball, gets it to Paramore.
Ball stolen by Mitchell. Yancey trying to meet her at the paint. She blows the layup.
Doesn't get it, misses a wide open layup. Here comes Alexis Holt to Paramore. Inside to Justice Coleman. And a foul by Mitchell. That's 4 on her. Now how big is that? You go down, you miss a wide open layup, try to extend the lead to 6, and on the other end you pick up your 4th foul.
Grambling State wants to get her out of this game. One of the scoring threats for this Texas Southern team. They tried to get the ball and go right at her.
Yeah, Nia Mitchell, third on the team, third in the conference in scoring. Here's Paramore driving. Nia Mitchell is helpless, and Paramore gets 2. She has 21 now. 70-68, back to a 2-point deficit. Pryor to Mitchell. Ball is on the floor. It's tied up. Yancey, great job of holding it. Mitchell back up for the shot. No good. Justice Coleman with the rebound. And now to Ariel Williams. Williams will drive, shoot, gets the bucket. Tie ball game. Ariel Williams, tie ball game.
And a technical foul on Coach Cooper?
They're going to tell Texas Southern to go back to the bench.
Yep, they're telling Texas Southern to go back, but Coach Cooper has a question.
She's raising her hand like we're in the classroom here. I want to go back and just kind of see what that technical foul was.
And they are saying a technical foul.
It's a technical foul.
And she wants to talk to a referee, preferably a referee that did not give her the technical. So now Grambling State tied the ball game up there, but now they have a chance to take the lead.
This is big. Nia Mitchell now with 4. Technical foul on Coach Cooper. Two-shot foul, 2 shots from the technical. Free throw up and good. One more here by Paramore. This is the second one. 71-70, and now it'll be Grambling basketball.
Candace Paramore has 22 points in this game. Coach Cooper still has a lot left to say, but thought better of it.
And now Alexis Hope with the ball, 25 left on the shot clock, plenty of time. 6:40 remaining in the game. Grambling up 1, 71-70. Alexis Hope, ball tipped out of bounds. So now a couple of storylines here that are going to be important going down the stretch. Grambling is out of timeout. Well, now they say they have 1 timeout left. According to the scoreboard, they have 1 timeout left. The other thing is Coach Cooper has been assessed a technical foul. 1 more and she's out. Nia Mitchell has 4 fouls. 1 more and she's out. Up the floor, Texas Southern trying to get a shot here. Overshot the bucket. Nia Mitchell goes in, gets the bucket, and a foul coming up on Grambling. That's a big shot for Texas Southern.
A very big shot. You know, while we're making corrections, Texas Southern actually had 71 before, but they went back and rescinded a point. So now that's 72 for them. You have to wonder what this game would be if it weren't for all the blown point-blank range layups that Texas Southern has been blowing in this game.
Yancey now has 3 personal fouls. Here is Nia Mitchell. The shot up no good, but the rebound by Pryor. Mitchell going up for the shot, good. 4 straight points, and now it is a 74-71 ball game. 4 straight points for Texas Southern. Did not need that. Ariel Williams going in for the shot. Oh, rattles in and out, no good. Yancey with the rebound. She goes up. Ball goes out of bounds. Saved by Texas Southern. Great job by Grambling getting back, stopping the ball. Pryor gets it out, 3-pointer all the way, no good. Pryor gets the rebound. Mitchell, that's going to be a foul
on Justice Coleman. Bingham coming in now to the game for Ariel Williams.
Getting a little length as far as the rebounding. Texas Southern getting the ball inbound. 74-71. It was 71-70. With Texas Southern, 4 straight points. Grambling trying to get a stop here. Pryor pops the ball out inside. That's a foul. Tough tough call against Justice Coleman.
Coleman, that's her third now.
It's a tough call against Justice Coleman. Looked like she had the ball. And now at the free throw line is Bridges. First free throw up and good. Now a 4-point lead again for Texas Southern. Or just when you think that everything is going your way, Texas Southern hits some big free throws. 75-71. (76-71), back to a 5-point lead. So 5-0 run now. Paramore now with the basketball. Yancey now with the ball. Yancey goes up for the shot, no good. And a rebound by Nia Mitchell. Out to Cryer. Now she gets it out to Jacqueline Jones. It's going to be called on Justice Coleman. Oh, that's a ticky-tack foul.
Either way, she now has 4, so now she has to be just as careful as Mitchell.
Last 3 fouls back-to-back-to-back on Justice Coleman, and that last one was really ticky-tack by the far official. So already got one player fouled out in Forte. Now Justice Coleman has 4.
First free throw
Goes up and good.
no good.
No good, I'm sorry. 76-71, 6-0 run here for Texas Southern.
Cryer has 17 points in this game, make it 18. Another one of those scoring threats we talked about.
So timeout on the floor. We'll take a timeout as well. 77-71. 5:07 left in the game. We'll take this timeout. We'll be right back.
Grambling. Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
Coming up, men's basketball game against Texas Southern University. You can watch the game on, of course, JSU TV, and also listen to it on Sports Talk 97.7, the 50,000-watt Sports Talk station in North Louisiana. 77-71, 5:07 remaining here in the ball game, and Justice Coleman now on the bench with 4 personals. Nia Mitchell been hanging in there for Texas Southern with 4 personal fouls. Jasmine Forte has already fouled out for the Grambling Tigers. Grambling with 1 timeout remaining, Texas Southern with 2 now. And Cynthia Cooper, head coach at Texas Southern, has a technical foul. So all of that's going on right now, and Grambling has the basketball. They need a bucket here. 7-0 run here. 7-0 run for Texas Southern. Yancey across the half-court line. Now to Alexis Holt. I should say with the ball now is Bingham. Now to Paramore. Paramore looking for somebody to get the ball to, gets it to Harrison, and she has the ball taken away from her by Cryer. Cryer stopping, getting the ball out, bucket good. And that is Bridges. Bridges, 14 points in the ball game. And that's a foul coming up.
You can see Coach Cooper can only imagine that she has not been pleased with the way her team has been performing as well as the officiating.
(79-71), 9-0 run here for Texas Southern. And if Holt can hit these 2, it'll kind of stop this run. First one good.
Second free throw is good, so now a 6-point ball game.
So a 9-0 run by Texas Southern has ended, and let's see if Grambling can recover from that. Nia Mitchell with the basketball. Here's a shot up good. Boy,
Nice floater off the glass for Texas Southern.
16 points by Bridges, the point guard from Alabama. Justice Coleman, they call a foul on Coleman. You gotta be kidding. You have got to be kidding. Here's Coleman right here, and Nia Mitchell was still moving. How is that an offensive foul and her feet weren't set? Unbelievable call by that official.
They're just still looking at the replay. Both players with four fouls.
Mitchell was still moving. There's no way that is an offensive foul. Here is Jack. Look at that. She's still not set.
Still not set, and an amazing sell job by Mitchell.
Sold the officials, and now Jasmine, or I should say Justice Coleman, out of the ball game. Shot up and good by Nia Mitchell. 83-73 now the score. Nia Mitchell with 20.
And the ball off the foot of
Jump ball, can't be a timeout. Nobody had the ball. Cryer kind of slow getting up.
The refs are talking about something right about now.
Unbelievable. Well, Justice Coleman is out of the game. And now it looks like that one of the officials going over to talk to the scores table. It looks like Cryer.
Still trying to stretch out her legs,
looks
it
like
looks
she had
like.
coming up with some cramps right there. Well, this is 71-70 game, and now Texas Southern has outscored Grambling 13-2 over the last 5 minutes. Ariel Williams with the basketball and gets the bucket. 83-75 now the score. 3:07 left. Grambling still has plenty of time left in this ball game.
Got plenty of time, but you also need to get stops.
That's going to be a foul coming up on Grambling. And I think that's on Yancey.
Yeah, it is, and that's going to be
four.
her fourth. So now Grambling State, as of now, would have 2 players with 4 fouls.
Well, you already got 2 out. You've got Forte is out. Coleman is out.
And you have Bingham and Yancey both with 4.
Nia Mitchell misses the first free throw. Missed both free throws. No call on Yancey. Yancey was just mugged. No call there. Wow.
Loose ball out of there by Texas Southern. Texas Southern goes inside. That's Bridges. She can't finish, but she gets her own putback.
Bridges gets the bucket. And it's 85-75 again. 2:39 remaining. But Texas Southern is resilient. I'll say that much. Cryer still in somewhat pain as she has had cramps these last couple of trips down. Now they're putting more pressure out on the inbound pass in order to make sure that Grambling can't save time. Yancey, three-pointer on the way, good. 85-78 now, Grambling trailing by 7 with 2:20 remaining here. Paramore on the ball, Cryer, not a Nia Mitchell, gotta watch that baseline. Three-pointer on the way, no good, and Ariel Williams with the rebound. They need to go right at Nia Mitchell. She's got 4 fouls. That's what you got to do right there. Exactly. And Bridges picks up the foul, and that'll be 3 on her. She's got 18. Cryer's got 18. Nia Mitchell has 20. 56 of the 78 points have come from 3 players. Free throw up and good, cutting this now to a 6-point lead. And Ariel Williams now with 15 points, Paramore 22. Boy, how about Yancey? 17 points in the ball game.
You know, we talked about somebody else had to step up as well. One player can't do it all herself. So very much they're trying to get as much help as they can.
They got to go right at Nia Mitchell. There's no question about that. 1:48 remaining in the game. 85-80 to score. This has been a game of runs here in this second half of play. Here's Cryer with the basketball. Paramore now will defend her. Pops it out. And that's going to be Bridges with the basketball.
5 seconds left on the shot clock.
And a near steal. 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Shot up by Bridges, no good. Nia Mitchell with the rebound. She goes up for the shot, good. Boy, she is just a terror inside getting the rebounds. Double-double now for her. 22 points in the contest.
That's what happens when you have somebody that can jump out the gym.
Ariel Williams with the bucket and the foul coming up.
Ariel Williams is going to have to be careful, though. She did flex a little bit.
And for Bridges, that is now 4 on her. So Nia Mitchell has 4, Bridges has 4, and now at the line, Ariel Williams, she has 18 in the ball game. She can bring this to within a 4-point game again. Shot is up good. 4-point game now, 19 points for her.
60 seconds left here in the contest.
They got to come out on the ball here. They cannot allow Texas Southern to be comfortable.
Texas Southern in no hurry to get anything done.
They cannot allow Texas Southern to be comfortable. And a near steal, ball is on the floor, and coming away, it's a foul coming up.
And we'll see who it's on.
It's a foul coming up, and let's see what the foul is charged to. Is this a foul? That is a foul. That is on Nia Mitchell. That's 5 on her.
And she is out of this ball game. You lose a very high-scoring, rebounding threat as Texas Southern.
And Coach Cynthia Cooper not happy.
Now 42 seconds remaining.
87-83. 87-84 now. Now back down to a 2-point game.
Need a stop right here.
Got to come out on the ball.
This crowd has come alive.
They got the floor spread out in order for Cryer to try to go and drive. Here comes the pick set up by McCallum. Shot up, no good. Ball tipped out of bounds and goes to Grambling.
18 seconds remaining.
Coach Cooper applauding her players. Coach Freddie Murray cheering on the Lady Tigers. Shot clock turned off. 17 seconds left. Now 14. And Alexis Holmes the ball timeout. Timeout on the floor. 87-85. 12.1 left in the game. I tell you what, you can't say enough about this Grambling Lady Tiger basketball team fighting so much adversity. Forte fouled out. Then you turn around and Justice Coleman fouled out. 2 players out, and still this team fought back after a 13-2 run by Texas Southern and able to come back in this game.
Absolutely, and you talked about it, the adversity that they've had to overcome, everything that they've had to endure in this contest. You know, some would argue inconsistent calls, bad calls, not enough shots, not good shots being taken or shots falling for them. So for them to be able to, stay in this game and not give up, it speaks to their heart.
Yeah. 87-85. Grambling will have the basketball. Grambling trying to come from an 18-point deficit they had in the first quarter, overcome a 13-2 run. And no matter what happens in this game, Grambling has shown that they can hang with the top team in the conference.
They're not afraid to.
Yancey out to Ariel Williams. Williams can't hold it. Here's Paramore. Paramore throws it away. 5.3 yet left, and Paramore throws the ball away. Timeout, Texas Southern. That's pressure defense by Texas Southern. We'll keep it right here. Coach Murray talking to his players right now, because now you're going to have to probably foul as soon as it comes into bounds.
If you don't get that steal off the inbound, now you have to play a fouling game.
Was that ball touched as it went out of bounds? There's a question.
It doesn't seem like there's any definitive reason for them to review it.
Now we go back here to Louisiana Tech. Close game there, 2-point deficit. Grambling couldn't get the ball inbounded. They have to foul, 5-second call, and lose that game. Another close game here with Texas Southern University. This game still is not over, 5.3 left. It'll be Texas Southern basketball. Washington now will come back into this ball game. Boy, this is a big game. Question here is now Grambling will have to play this inbound very tight. Cryer will inbound the basketball. Foul coming up. Foul will be on Paramore.
So now Grambling State has no timeouts. Bridges is at the line.
For Bridges in this contest, she is 6 of 6 in that last timeout, making 7-7. Hit this one, and it's a 2-possession ball game. 4.4 left. 4-point lead for Texas Southern. Here's Yancey, 2.4 left. Yancey can't get a shot off. No good, game over. Tough game for Grambling, losing this one 89-85. Man, one heck of a ball game here for this Grambling State University ball club, and I don't really think it's indicative of how hard they played and how hard they had to come back in this contest. Really a heartbreaking loss.
Absolutely, you talked about a heartbreaking loss. They had to fight very hard just to stay in this game. So, you can't take anything away from them as far as their fight and their heart.
No question about that. Well, we're going to see, are we going to get Coach Murray on? We're going to see if we can get Coach Murray on for an interview. 89-85 is the score. Final score here, Grambling loses a tough one. Paramore 22 points in the contest.
Grambling State University is the home of innovation, where influencers invest, where academics change the world, where we've been raising the bar for HBCUs on the field, in history, and in our community for more than a century. Join the next generation of world changers and innovation makers at the place where everybody is truly somebody.
Welcome back here to the Frederick C. Hobby Assembly Center. The Grambling State University Lady Tigers lose a tough one by the score of 89-85. Joining us here at courtside is head coach Freddie Murray. And Coach Murray, you look at this ball game, and I was just proud to see how the Lady Tigers fought back, 18 down, overcoming a 13-2 run late in the ball game, still never quit.
Yeah, we took a step forward tonight, and I'm proud of them. Because it was a gallant effort on our part to fight back, depending on how we played, and based on how we played on Saturday night. And we just got to continue to keep putting 4 quarters together. That's the thing. When we play and we put 4 quarters together, we give ourselves a chance to win. And that's not what we've been doing all year. It's been inconsistent play, choppy play from us. But like I said, this is a step forward, and we're going to build on this movement.
Coach, Jackson State coming up. Appreciate your time,
Thank
man.
you, sir.
Good luck in the next weekend.
Thank you.
Coach Freddie Murray joining us here. We will take this time out, and when we come back, men's basketball action here at the Frederick C. Hobby Assembly Center. battle against Texas Southern University as we're getting ready for the starting lineups and, of course, the tip-off. There'll be no national anthem as we did that in the first game. Donovan, of course, the Grambling Tigers lost a tough game against Prairie View A&M on Saturday night. Now they get ready to come back here in this game, and it's going to be very important to get a big start, and they have to stop Etienne with 27 in the game against Jackson State.
Absolutely. I was able to talk to Ivy Smith Jr. a little bit before the women's game, actually, and he said the one thing that they got on their mind is redemption. They want to be able to come back and, amend that loss on their schedule, so they know they have to come back and they got to come back tough.
The other thing in talking about this team, you talk about some guys that really stepped up to the plate in the game against Prairie View A&M University. Cam stepped up. You start taking a look at Ivy. He had a great game. But I think one of the things that we start looking at in this contest and how important this is for this team to win is they've got to start fast, and they do not need any bad plays. We're going to take a break on the TV side. When we come back, there's no national anthem.
State University app is here, and the features make it 100 times easier for you to navigate through the semester. Get direct access to your grades, student email, your Tiger One card, news, the KGRM radio station, campus events, local weather, and more. There's even a map that'll show you exactly where you are on campus so that you can get to where you need to be. In your free time, you can stay up to date with the latest social media posts from the Grambling State University, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So head over to the App Store and download the Grambling State mobile app today.
The world-famed Tiger Marching Band presents Click It or Ticket. Drive sober or get pulled over.
St. Louis, Eden Ewing, a 6'8 senior from Richmond, Texas. Bryson Etienne, a 6'3 junior from Houston. John Jones, a 6-foot junior from Baton Rouge, transfer from Nevada. And Justin Hopkins, a 6'5 redshirt junior from Huntsville, Alabama. The head coach for Texas Southern University is Johnny Jones. And, of course, assisted by Randy Peel, Sharon Chapman, and J.D. Williams, along with Brandon Chambers. So that is your Texas Southern University lineup. Rosas, Ewing, and, of course, Etienne, really a tough basketball player. All right, now we get ready to look at this Grambling State University Tiger basketball team as they come into this game trying to get another win. They've lost 2 in a row now. They lost against Southern University. They lost against Alcorn State University. Then they lost against Prairie View. So they lost 2 in a row. Let's take a look at the starting lineups now for the Grambling State University Tigers. Tavell Cunningham, who has really been instrumental for this Grambling team, a unique player. Coach Jackson talked about him. Ivy Smith, Christian Cameron, Trayvon Bunch, and Devontae Jackson. And I want to talk about those big guys, Bunch and Jackson, who had such a big game against Prairie View.
Absolutely. Talk about having a big game. They were actually working together. They were working alongside one another a lot that game. So hopefully they can have, more of a camaraderie and more of a type of brother bond to where they can have a non-talking, non-speaking communication, because a lot between those two, ooh.
Real tough. Absolutely. All right, let's get ready for the opening tip-off. First of all, we want to thank all of our fine sponsors. And one of the sponsors we want to recognize is our good friends at Coors Miller Brewing Company. Of course, Coors, great sponsors of our Grambling State University Athletic Department. We want to thank them for all of their support. And, of course, Quicken Loans. Make sure you go and see our good friends there. We'll have information on the Grambling State University Athletic website on our Quicken Loans page. All right, getting ready for the opening tip. Johnny Jones, of course, formerly at LSU, stayed there for a while, and now the head coach at Texas Southern University, and getting ready for this big game against this Grambling Tiger team, which really needs a win here before going on the road.
Absolutely. You want to be able to go hit the road with some momentum, so they definitely won't have to take care of business right here if they want, anything on their side for that long road trip.
All right, final instructions being received by the Grambling State University Tiger basketball team, our Southwestern Athletic Conference officiating crew, getting ready to come out and get this game started. As a matter of fact, we talked about officiating that last game that we have. Of course, there were a few controversial calls. It could have went either way. And I think that one thing Coach Freddie Murray talked about in the post-game show is, no matter what goes on, you got to be in control of your own destiny, not making mistakes at the end of the ball game.
Absolutely. One thing, unforced turnovers, unforced errors, especially when they're self-inflicting.
Opening tip won by the Grambling State University Tigers, and controlling the ball is Travell Cunningham. In between the circles now to Devontae Jackson. Now inside to Cam Christian. Shot up no good. Ball tipped around, and it goes out of bounds off of Grambling. And Texas Southern will get the ball back. Cam Christian, that 6'6" redshirt sophomore from Allen, Texas, transfer from Boise State. No score here, and Texas Southern will have the basketball. Controlling it for Texas Southern University is Justin Hopkins. Now to Etienne. Rassas back to the point with John Jones. Now back to Rassas, shot up no good. Rassas a double-double in the ball game against Jackson State University. Ivy Smith Jr. will get the ball to Cunningham. 19:05 remaining here in this first half of play. To Ivy Smith Jr. Ball tipped. Devontae Jackson takes a long jumper up, no good. And now coming back the other way, Grambling gets the ball after a Texas Southern steal, and the first 2 points of the ball game by Cunningham. Rudolph is in the ball game for Grambling State University, a late addition to the lineup. Texas Southern now with the ball in a turnover. Here comes Cunningham. Cunningham out to Ivy Smith Jr. Pop shot, no good. And the rebound by Eden Ewing. Etienne with the basketball. He's defended by Ivy Smith. There's a long shot by John Jones. Up good, three-point shot. And Texas Southern takes the lead 3-2 with 18:09 remaining here in this first half of play.
Able to catch him a little bit lacking. There was a communication flaw between Cunningham and Smith, so an easy three to catch them napping.
Grambling basketball. Here's Ivy Smith Jr. to Rudolph. Now back out to Ivy Smith. 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Devontae Jackson, a three-pointer, no good. Cam Christian with the rebound. Fresh 30-second shot clock now for the Grambling Tigers. Back out to Cunningham, 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Shot up, no good. And the rebound by Rassas, and here comes Texas Southern. Etienne for three, no good. And Cam Christian with the rebound. Still 3-2 our score. 17-15 remaining here in this first half of action.
Deep two for Cunningham. That's in and out.
And here comes Etienne for Texas Southern University. Etienne will run the point. 6'3" junior from Houston, transfer from Temple College. Gets the ball out now to Eden Union. Near steal. Bounce pass into the corner. It's going to be a blocking foul charge.
No shot.
Randolph is going to be charged with the foul.
Ewing wanted the and one, but they're saying no because it went over the backboard. I believe that was his deal, or just not continuation. Either way, Texas Southern has the ball now. Three on the way.
Good off the backboard. And that's John Jones. 6-2 now our score. Grambling trailing. 16:25 remaining here in the first half of play. Smith now with the basketball. And a foul coming up on the floor. And I believe that foul is going to be charged to Eden Ewing. That is his first personal. first team foul on Texas Southern.
Now, Tariq Armstrong checks into the game now for Texas Southern. John Jones is going to have a minute to sit down. Looks like he's having trouble breathing over there.
When he comes out of the ball game, it looks like he may have asthma. I'm not sure. Here's Smith, crossover by Smith, and a floater is good.
Put that in the highlight package.
.64 now our score. Grambling trailing, three-pointer on the way up, no good by Justin Hopkins, the 6'5 redshirt junior from Huntsville, Alabama. And now here comes Grambling. Cunningham with the basketball. Slashes in the paint. Off the window, good. Cunningham with a heck of a shot. And that's one of the things Coach Jackson spoke about in the pregame. He is a slasher. Etienne, a shot, 15-foot jumper. It's good. Ivy Smith Jr. down the paint. Back out to Cam Christian. Fake. Goes in, and it's going to be a foul on the floor against Texas Southern. And that foul is going to be charged to Yahuza Rassas, and that's his first personal. We have a timeout on the floor with the score. The Grambling State University Tigers trailing 8-6, 15-10 remaining here in this first half of play. We'll take this timeout. We'll be right back.
Is here, and the features make it 100 times easier for you to navigate through the semester. Get direct access to your grades, student email, your Tiger One card, news, the KGRM radio station, campus events, local weather, and more. There's even a map that'll show you exactly where you are on campus so that you can get to where you need to be. In your free time, you can stay up to date with the latest social media posts from the Grambling State University Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So head over to the App Store and download the Grambling State mobile app today.
The world-famed Tiger Marching Band presents Click It or Ticket. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Welcome back here to the Frederick C. Hobby Assembly Center here on the campus of Grambling State University. The Grambling Tigers right now trail Texas Southern University 8-6 with 15-10 remaining here in this first half of play. And, you know, when you start taking a look at both of these teams and what they mean to each other as far as what some of these players mean to one another, we look at Tariq Armstrong, not in the game right now for Texas Southern. He's averaging right around 14.5 points a game, but Devontae Jackson, 13.5 points in this, averaging that per game. And a three-pointer by Ivy Smith Jr. coming out of the timeout, and Grambling takes a lead, 9-8.
That's one of the things that having a big man like Devontae Jackson on the floor does. A double team was on him on the inside, and that left Ivy Smith at the top of the key wide open for three.
9-8 our score, Grambling on top. Now with the basketball is Hopkins. He's trying to find someone open. This ball is on the floor, and it goes back to Grambling off of the hands of Eden Ewing.
Nice defense, staying with the defender, staying with the picks. Now Bunch comes into the game.
Into the ball game now for Texas Southern University. .30 remaining in this first half of play. Jethro Shisumpa coming into the contest.
This is a matchup to see, Armstrong versus Ivy Smith.
Armstrong did not start in this ball game, and that's a travel.
That's a travel.
9-8 our score, Grambling on top with 14-16 remaining here in this first half of play. Armstrong with the basketball, now to Etienne. Etienne to Rosas, now to Armstrong. 12 left on the shot clock. Shot up, no, that's going to be blocked out of there by Trayvon Bunch. Etienne with a floating jumper, and it's good. So Bunch did a great job on the block, but unfortunately Etienne was right there on the rebound and an easy floater for the bucket.
That's what happens sometimes when you get second chance opportunities. They come easier than first chance.
Ivy Smith with the basketball. He's defended by Armstrong. Devontae Jackson losing the ball out of bounds. It was tipped by Texas Southern, and it will go back to Grambling.
Ivy Smith going to inbound it now with 11 seconds remaining on the shot clock. And a foul away from the ball.
On the floor. And that's going to be on Rosas. And for him, that'll be his second personal. And he'll have to come out of the ball game. They're going to keep him in there. Hopkins will come out. Now Rosas will come out of the ball game. Texas Southern setting up their out-of-bounds play. I should say Grambling, rather. And Trayvon Bunch right there for the big dunk. Left wide open inside the paint. And that time a pick was set, and Chisumpa was not paying attention and left Trayvon Bunch wide open inside to Chisumpa. Inside, shot up, no good. Put back by Chris Baldwin is up and no good, and a foul coming up on Grambling. Great job on the rebound by Chris Baldwin, and he goes to the free throw line for Texas Southern University.
You want to talk about that dunk that Trayvon Bunch had on the other side. He was actually freed up by Cam Christian, who actually acted as a decoy, called for the ball, got the attention of not one, but two Texas Southern defenders. And you can't leave a man the size of Trayvon Bunch open, wide open in the paint.
Yeah, that's what Coach Johnny Jones was telling him, is that you got to be careful.
Second free throw up, no good. So now we're tied all at 11. Ball inside the Bunch. Ivy tried to save it, lost it, but stepped out of bounds, so now Texas Southern head the other way.
Texas Southern University, they are averaging right at about 70 points a ball game. Tariq Armstrong again leading scorer, 14 and a half a game, did not start. Three-pointer by Etienne, no good. Texas Southern with the rebound. Now Armstrong one-on-one with Ivy Smith. Gets this ball to Chris Baldwin, shot up and good. Prince Moss now in the ball game now for Grambling State University, along with A.J. Gaston. And it's a foul on the open floor on Armstrong. So Armstrong, the 5'10" senior from Houston, Texas, with the foul. Quite a few transfers came in that are from Houston but went to other schools. Ivy Smith Jr. Now out to Cunningham. 10 on the shot clock. Armstrong on Cunningham. Now over to Prince Moss. Moss inside. The Trayvon Bunch goes in for the shot, no good, but a foul coming up. Prince Moss, nice job getting it inside to Trayvon Bunch, and Bunch drawing the foul. Timing on the floor with the score. The Grambling State University Tigers trail Texas Southern University 13-11 with 11:54 remaining in this first half of play. We'll take this timeout. We'll be right back.
What is Grambling? Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
Welcome back here to the Frederick C. Hamdi Assembly Center here on the campus of Grambling State University. Right before the timeout, Prince Moss with a great pass inside to Trayvon Bunch, drawing the foul. And now Grambling State University will have a chance to put 2 on the board on the free throw line with 11:54 remaining in this first half of play. 13-11, Texas Southern on top. Santoria Black along with Donovan Travis bringing you tonight's game on Sports Talk 97.7 and GSU TV. And don't forget, coming up next weekend, Grambling will be on the road at Jackson State University. The doubleheader will begin at 3 p.m. Trayvon Bunch can't hit the first free throw. Something that they did pretty well the other night, shooting the free throws.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of games can be won and lost at the free throw line, so you definitely got to make do with what you can. And the second one is missed as well.
So the Grambling Tigers right now trail 13-11 still. Nice fake there by Armstrong. Ball goes out of bounds off of Texas Southern. Grambling gets the ball back. Ivy Smith Jr. averaging right at about 14 points a ball game. He's in the top 20 in the nation in assists per game. Here is Prince Moss for 3, air ball. Trayvon Bunch tried to get the ball back, but tipped it out of bounds.
And Grambling State turned up the pressure now on full court on Texas Southern. Texas Southern able to break it, but Grambling State still in defense. And a floater.
Yep.
That's good.
Etienne gets that floater. He just took the ball off the pass, hit a 15-foot jumper. Coach is yelling screen. Cunningham with the ball far side against Etienne, and that's going to be a carrying violation. And it goes back to Texas Southern. Cam Christian coming back into the ball game, taking out A.J. Gaston. 15-11 our score. Grambling trailing with 10:41 remaining until halftime. We'll go over the schedule in the Southwestern Athletic Conference coming up at halftime on Sports Talk 97.7. Also, a little bit of a review of the conference championship games tomorrow, or I should say that happened this past weekend. I think Green Bay still has not shown up for that game. Talk about that foolishness in a little while.
Oh, it's foolishness.
Foolishness. Prince Moss Jr. to Cunningham. Cross-court pass to Cam Christian, three-pointer, no good. Ball tipped, and Susumta with the rebound.
And Armstrong tried to throw a no-look pass, but intercepted right there was Cam Christian.
Susumta has the task of trying to defend Trayvon Bunch. And now it's going to be a foul. It's going to be an offensive foul. Charged to Grambling. That'll be charged to Cunningham, and that'll be his first.
I believe so.
15-11, still our score. Grambling trailing with 9:40 remaining here in this first half of action. Etienne, left side now to Jordan Andrews. Back to Etienne, top of the key. Baldwin calling for the ball. Now a three-pointer on the way by Andrews, no good. Texas Southern with the rebound. Now Etienne will take a three-pointer from the top of the key, no good. And the ball will land in the hands of Cunningham. Cunningham, long pass to Cam Christian. Two-hand dunk by Cam Christian. 15-13 the score, and quickly Grambling on the other end defending Shusumpa. Little hook up, no good. Cam Christian with the rebound. Christian down the left side to Cunningham. Cunningham defended by Armstrong. Ivy Smith Jr. open. Nice crossover. Trying to get it inside the bunch. It goes out of bounds off of Shusumpa. And it will stay with Grambling State University. Devontae Jackson will take out Ivy Smith to give him a quick breather. And for Texas Southern University, they will bring Justin Hopkins back in the ball game. 8:46 remaining here in the first half of play. 15-13 our score. Cam Christian gets the ball off of the inbound pass by Cunningham. At the free throw line, try to get the bounce pass inside to Bunch. It rolls off of his foot, and Texas Southern will get the ball back.
Ball just went on the ground and off the foot.
Pass was a little bit low and hit off of his foot, and nothing he could really do.
It was the bounce pass that he wanted. The problem was he put the bounce pass too far.
Yep. 15-13 our score, 8:39 remaining here in the first half of play. Johnny Jones, former coach at LSU, coming to Texas Southern University, trying to change the culture, said that he wanted to try and get to the tournament this year. Dante Jackson trying to take the Grambling State University Tigers to the tournament. Shot up, no good, way off the mark. Trayvon Bunch with the rebound. Whoa, that's going to be an blocking foul on Armstrong.
And Armstrong cannot believe it.
When you take a look at how that happened, Armstrong moved into a space while Cunningham was already in the air. There was nothing he could do about it. Fair call by the official. Prince Moss Jr. will get the ball inbounded to Cunningham. Cunningham got his pocket picked. Going through traffic. Here comes Cunningham. It's going to be a foul, and the shot is good. It's a bad foul there by Grambling. That foul is going to be on Prince Moss.
That's the first basket for Tariq Armstrong. Gotta imagine we're going to be saying his name a lot this game.
Here, Armstrong, of course, one of those guys that is a very aggressive player to the inside. And unfortunately for Grambling, foul on the fast break. Missed free throw. Moss with the rebound.
We're only down 4 right now. 17-13 is our score. Moving the ball around now into the hands of Cunningham. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Inside. At the top to Bunch. Bunch, he goes to work.
And Bunch trying to find something open. He gets to
4
Cunningham.
seconds.
And Cunningham, a long shot, no good. And with the rebound for Texas Southern University is John Jones. Jones had a hard time breathing.
Wraparound pass.
Nope. Shot up, no good by Eden Ewing. Grambling gets the ball back here. 7:11 remaining in the first half. 17-13, Grambling trailing. Cam Christian looking to the inside. Now back to Cunningham. Gets it to Trayvon Bunch. And Cam Christian, boy, he was bumped as he was going through the paint by Armstrong. And the ball out of control. They're going to call Cam Christian with a foul. And so we'll have a timeout on the floor with the score. The Grambling State University Tigers trail 17-13. We'll take this timeout. You're listening and watching Grambling State University basketball. We'll be right back. Bryson Etienne and John Jones, both with 6 points in the contest. But one of the numbers that is going to be important, 6 turnovers by Texas, points off of turnovers. Texas Southern 6, Grambling none.
Definitely got to make them pay with the turnovers that they have. So if you can't convert on turnovers and get points off those turnovers, it's going to be a long day.
Texas Southern with the ball.
Ball partially tipped by, that's Randolph, but Randolph's come down with the ball. Inside now to Jackson. Jackson goes up, no good.
Here comes Texas Southern University. Jamari Redis with the basketball. Here is Chris Baldwin with the ball.
Goes up.
No good. And Eden Ewing is having some problems too, getting a good angle on the rebound. Ivy Smith Jr. bounce pass to Devontae Jackson. Jackson goes up, can't hit the shot, no good. Back to Jackson. Shot block, goes back in, gets the bucket. He doesn't get the bucket, but a foul coming up.
Nice job staying with the ball. Staying with it, being able to get it and go right back up with it. Either they were going to foul you or you were going to score.
So Devontae Jackson going to the free throw line. Getting the first free throw. 17-14 now, Grambling trailing, 5:52 remaining in the first half of play. Second free throw up, no good. Chris Baldwin with the rebound for Texas Southern.
Ball tipped to Prince Moss.
And Moss gets the bucket. That's 3 straight points there for Grambling. Moss nearly got the turnover. Sumpa coming back into the ball game for Texas Southern. And he was going to come into the ball game. He was trying to ask Chris Baldwin who he had on defense. Redis, the freshman from Houston, Texas, in the ball game. John Jones driving, shooting, shot up, no good. Prince Moss with the rebound. Gets it off to Ivy Smith Jr. Now to Devontae Jackson, swinging it to the far side to Prince Moss. Far corner to Devontae Jackson. Nice wide open pass out to Randolph, and he gets the dunk.
Now Ivy Smith telling everybody, come on, full court pressure.
John Jones in three-pointer, no good. Prince Moss with the rebound for Grambling. I'll tell you what, I just want to see Prince Moss in a fast break situation. Here's Cam Christian for 3. Good! Timeout, Texas Southern. Grambling on an 8-0 run. 21-17 now, Grambling on top with 4:49 remaining here in this first half of play. And we'll keep it right here. Bryson Etienne now will come into the ball game.
You know, you talked about you want to see Prince Moss in a fast break situation. So do I. And as we're looking at, if you're watching GSU TV, the upcoming games for the men's basketball team, they're going to head to play Jackson State at Jackson State Saturday, January 25th. They also have another matchup with Arkansas Pine Bluff the very next week. And then also after that game, they had to play Mississippi Valley State. They will return home to play their arch rival, Southern University, February 8th. That is a while without a home game.
Yep. And, you know, they had to come from behind to beat Southern University in Baton Rouge, lost a tough game at Alcorn State University. So now if you're Grambling, one of the things that you have to be able to do is you got to go on the road. And, you know, if you can get 2 out of 3 on the road, that's a good thing because that means you come back home for 2.
Texas Southern bringing the ball up court now. Inside, he's warm.
Oh, that's a bucket is good. Eden Ewing with the bucket.
got to understand why that timeout was taken, be able to slow this high-scoring Grambling offense down, because Grambling State is more than capable of going on a crazy run.
Eden Ewing with the ball.
Free throws up. It won't fall. Grambling State headed back the other way.
Ivy Smith Jr. to Devontae Jackson. Now to Randolph. Ivy bounce pass inside to Devontae Jackson. Jackson, little floating shot up good. 23-19 now the score, 4:07 remaining in the first half of play. Etienne with the ball. Shot up, no good. Ball tipped around, finally brought down by Randolph. Smith, floating jumper, no good. Ball tipped by Randolph. Shot up, no good. Goes out of bounds, and it is off of...
They're going to say it's off of Grambling now, so Texas Southern will get the ball.
3:46 remaining first half play, 23-19 our score. Grambling on top. We'll take this time out. We'll be right back.
What is Grambling? Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
Center, the Grambling Tigers on top of Texas Southern, 23-19, 3:46 remaining here in this first half of play. Tigers, of course, go to Jackson State next week. Should be a big weekend for them. They don't have any game on Monday, so just one game next week. Tigers on top, 23-19, 3:46 remaining here in the first half of play. Right now, the Grambling State University Tigers dominating Texas Southern in the paint, scoring 16 points, holding Texas Southern to just 8. And that's kind of what you need right now. You need to make sure that you are dominating on the inside with Trayvon Bunch and Devontae Jackson.
Absolutely. Those are two very big names, and some big names for some big guys. So, you know, with guys like that standing 7'1".
Yeah, I mean, you got some height over there. I mean, you know, you start taking a look at Prince Moss, he's 6'7". You look at Bunch, 7'1". Devontae Jackson, 6'9". 3:46 remaining here in the first half of play, and it looks like the officials are doing something over there with the rim in the backboard.
Well, you got to remember, I believe this is the same rim that got messed up in warm-ups last game on Saturday.
Yeah.
So now they're moving it back, and it's completely down. Trying to snap it back into place, I can only imagine.
I think something happened with the that last transition on the dunk. And now they're trying to straighten everything else out, making sure everything is in order. And not quite sure what the problem is, but I know there was a problem with that same goal after a dunk, as a matter of fact, on Saturday night.
And the crazy thing was that was a pregame dunk. It wasn't even an in-game dunk.
That's right. So 3:46 remaining, and we have a little bit of a delay here. Looks like that they, whatever it is, they may have the problem straight. I think they were trying to get the goal center is what they were trying to do. Well, we want to wish the world-famed Tiger Marching Band well as they get ready to participate and compete in the Honda Battle of the Bands this weekend in Atlanta, Georgia. 8 bands will be in competition over there. And Grambling has been selected to be one of those bands to battle for the best band in HBCU.
Absolutely, and they actually just came back from a parade that was happening in Shreveport. So they definitely are getting warmed up, getting ready to handle some serious business.
Yep, it was the Martin Luther King Jr. annual parade over in Shreveport. And while we have this opportunity, we want to recognize, of course, the late, great Dr. Martin Luther King with all the work he did. Plenty of programs that have gone on in North Louisiana and our entire listening area, celebrating the life and times of Dr. Martin Luther King. Eden Ewing gets a fast break dunk, or gets a dunk, I should say, off of a pass. And it's now 23-21. Grambling on top, 3:25 remaining first half of play.
Grambling trying to work the ball around, trying to find something. Prince Moss goes baseline, back out. Jackson with the jumper, no good. And Texas Southern now heading back the other way.
Redis with the basketball. He goes in for the shot. Oh, no good, but a foul coming up.
Looks like that foul is going to be against Cam Christian, his second.
Redis, the freshman from Houston, Texas, at the free throw line. First free throw is up and no good. Cunningham back into the ball game, taking out Christian.
Second free throw is good, so now a 1-point ball game with 2:50 remaining in the first half. Ivy Smith pull up.
Good, just inside the three-point line on the right side of the paint. 25-22, 2:34 remaining here in this first half of play. Texas Southern now with the basketball. Eden Ewing out high now to Bryson Etienne. Shot up from 15 feet, foul coming up. That's going to be charged to Prince Moss, his second.
I want to take another look at that one.
Yep. Ooh. Kind of a tough call.
I didn't see anything where that would hinder him from coming back to the ground.
First free throw is up and good. One more free throw attempt. Trayvon Bunch now coming into the ball game, and he will replace Randolph. Second free throw up and good. Trayvon Bunch with the ball inside, got the ball knocked out of his hands by Etienne, and Prince Moss goes out of bounds with the ball, and it goes back to Texas Southern. Now coming down the floor with the basketball, Redis, the freshman from Eisenhower High School. 1:46 remaining in the first half of play. 25-24. Grambling on top. Etienne for three. Up. Rattles in and out. No good. And Devontae Jackson with the rebound. Ivy Smith Jr. tightly defended by Redis. Three-pointer by Prince Moss. Off of the Smith pass. No good. And here comes Redis. Oh, man, that's going to be a foul coming up. And count the bucket. I think that's going to be on Cunningham.
Yeah, that's going to be on Cunningham.
Second personal.
Tried to stay in front of him, but just couldn't.
Redis at the line. 26-25 the score now. 1:15 remaining until halftime. First free throw is up and good. 27-25 now. Grambling trailing by 2.
Cam Christian coming back into the game now. He's going to sub out Cunningham.
Ivy Smith Jr. with the basketball. Shot up, good! What a circus shot by Ivy Smith Jr.
I'm going to take another look at that one because I don't think you can get any more kind of spin on that shot right there. Ivy Smith, nice Euro. Able to come inside, hits the front iron and still has enough English on it to go forward and one.
Free throw attempt by Ivy Smith Jr. no good. He's probably the best free throw shooter on this Grambling Tiger basketball team. Shot up, no good, but a foul coming up on Grambling. Justin Hopkins is going to go to the free throw line.
Looks like that foul is going to be against Devontae Jackson, his first of the ball game.
First free throw up and good by Hopkins.
29-27 our score now. 37 seconds and ticking.
Cam Christian now looking for Rence Moss. Nice pass to Devontae Jackson. He's one-on-one with Hopkins. Shot up and good.
Now if you're Texas Southern, you can hold for the last shot of this half. Shot clock's turned off, only 20 seconds left. And that's exactly what Texas Southern's gonna do. Let the clock wind down, probably to about 9, maybe 10 seconds before they start running something.
Sass is somebody that we haven't seen too much in the latter part of this first half. He's averaging 10 points, 9 rebounds. But yes, he ends. He's going to shoot a three-pointer partially blocked there by Cam Christian, and that'll do it for the first half. 29-29 is our score here at halftime. For our TV audience, we will take this timeout and be back with the second half. For our radio audience, we will take a 2-minute timeout. You're listening to Grambling State University basketball and watching it live on the Sports Talk 97.7 and the GSU YouTube channel.
Grambling State University is the home of innovation, where influencers invest, where academics change the world, where we've been raising the bar for HBCUs on the field, in history, and in our community for more than a century. Join the next generation of world changers and innovation makers at the place where everybody is truly somebody.
know how to control themselves or play within themselves. So definitely have to be able to control yourself.
We welcome back our GSU TV audience, and of course, looking at some of the highlights in the first half. Well, I'll tell you what, Bryson Etienne, he was a guy that made a difference in the first half, and boy, Cam Christian lit up the crowd with a huge dunk in the ball game. And then Armstrong from Texas Southern University has been instrumental in this contest as well. So now the Grambling Tigers will start on defense here as Texas Southern gets the ball to start the second half. Just underway, 19:50 remaining here in the ball game. Eden Ewing led the team in rebounding in the first half. Texas Southern moving the ball around well, and the foul here against Randolph. Out high, and for Randolph, that'll be number 2, I believe. 3 on him. Rosas trying to get back into the ball game as well. He sat out quite a bit in the first half. Gets a rebound after the Etienne missed. Ooh, they're going to call a foul on Grambling off of the loose ball.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to go against Jackson.
That'll be 2 on him.
Just got his arm caught, not able to free himself up, so that is a foul.
2 quick fouls to start the second half of the ball game. And you see the Etienne going to the cup. Shot up and good. Finally, Rosas getting back into the ball game, getting the bucket, and it's now 31-29, 19-14 remaining here in the ball game. Randolph bounce pass to Ivy Smith. Nice no-look pass to Devontae Jackson. Goes up for the shot, misses, but he will go to the free throw line. This is where you got to make your money count.
Absolutely. You can see Devontae Jackson. He's angry with himself because he knows he's supposed to have those inside ones pretty much automatic.
2 shots here for Devontae Jackson.
See Bunch ready to check in.
This is the first free throw. (31-29) the score. 19:06 remaining here in the ball game. Second free throw, good. Etienne now with the ball for Texas Southern. He'll drive the paint, goes up for the shot, no good. Ball tipped around, finally brought down by Ivy Smith. Smith gets the basketball.
Inside blocked, swatted away, but it's going to stay here with Grambling.
18:38 remaining in the ball game. 31-30 Texas Southern on top. Cam Christian gets the ball off the inbound pass. Here is Cunningham with the shot. Up and no good. Ball brought down by Eden Ewing. He'll get the ball out to Jordan Andrews.
Now in the corner.
Shot up and good by Justin Hopkins. And it's now a 33-30 ball game. Grambling trailing by 3, 17:57 remaining here in the ball game. And Cunningham backdoor pass. And he gets the shot. It's 33-32 now.
Grambling State not trying to let Texas Southern run away with this thing, because they know if they run away with this thing, they're going to have to be playing from behind. It takes a lot more out of you to play from behind than play to stay in the game.
Shot up and no good by Rosas. And Ivy Smith Jr. with the rebound. 33-32, Grambling trailing, 17:23 remaining in the ball game. Now Cunningham with the ball far side, looking to Ivy Smith Jr. Trying to get him to pass inside to Devontae Jackson. He wasn't open. Here comes Ivy Smith, will drive. He'll draw the foul. Blocking foul charge to Texas Southern on the floor. Hopkins with the foul. His second. Armstrong comes in for Jordan Andrews. Grambling with the ball. Armstrong, I should say Cunningham with the ball. Now to Cam Christian. Christian to Devontae Jackson, 20-footer, good.
Grambling State now has the lead, 34-33 with 17 minutes remaining here in the second half. Devontae Jackson has been working on that mid-range game as well as a three-point game all season, even before the season. Paying off right there.
Eden Andrews with the ball on the baseline. He'll come out. Now we'll pump it back out to Justin Hopkins, I should say, and Hopkins gets the three-point bucket. And now Texas Southern back out on top, 36-34, 16:37 remaining here in the ballgame. Ivy Smith Jr. bounce pass inside of Devontae Jackson. Draws a double team now. Jackson goes up for the shot, no good. And Bunch has to be real careful not to go over the back. Eden Andrews had position on him. Now Armstrong with the basketball. Armstrong looking inside, ball tipped by Ivy Smith. Three-pointer by Etienne Good. Two straight three-pointers, 39-34 now. Grambling trailing by 5. 16:08 remaining here in the ball game. Head coach Johnny Jones from Texas Southern encouraging his kids. Cam Christian gets the ball to Cunningham. Texas Southern playing tough D now. Looks like more man-to-man. Nice pick set by Bunch. Ball thrown inside. Devontae Jackson couldn't handle it. Tipped around. Texas Southern comes away. Etienne at the three-point line. Now to Armstrong. He's defended by Ivy Smith Jr. Inside. Reverse sacks. Good. Now 41-34 the score. Timeout charge to Grambling State University. Dante Jackson wants to talk about it here as the Tigers from Grambling State University trail now by 7 points. We'll take a timeout here. 15:32 remaining here in this ball game. We'll take a timeout. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to the Frederick C. Hamby Assembly Center. The Grambling State University Tigers trail Texas Southern University 41-34 with 15:32 remaining here in the ballgame. A.J. Gaston now into the ballgame. Cam Christian out of the ball in between the circles, looking in inside, and a steal by Armstrong. And Armstrong is going to take it all the way in for the layup, now 43-34. I believe that's what, 11 straight for Texas Southern University.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Grambling State does not want to have this happen. They don't want to start falling and playing from behind.
Cam Christian with a shot, good. Foul on the floor as well. So that was after the shot.
It looks like that's going to be on Bunch.
So the foul is good, and then the basket is good. Then the foul on Trayvon Bunch. We have a media timeout on the floor, 43-36. Media timeout on the floor. We'll take this 1 minute timeout. We'll be right back.
The official Grambling State University app is here, and the features make it 100 times easier for you to navigate through the semester. Get direct access to your grades, student email, your Tiger One card, news, the KGRM radio station, campus events, local weather, and more. There's even a map that'll show you exactly where you are on campus so that you can get to where you need to be. In your free time, you can stay up to date with the latest social media posts from the Grambling State University Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So head over to the App Store and download the Grambling State mobile app today.
The world-famed Tiger Marching Band presents Click It or Ticket. Drive sober or get pulled over.
.43-36 our score. 14:56 remaining here in this first half or here in this ball game. And the Tigers right now trying to make a little bit of a comeback as they are trailing in this ball game. Armstrong with the basketball. Shot is up, no good. A.J. Gaston, now to Cam Christian, to Ivy Smith Jr. Near side. Waving through Cam Christian, that's A.J. Gaston. He'll shoot from the right elbow, up, good, nothing but net.
Now Grambling State trying to hurry up and get something going. Nice little stop and pop by A.J. Gaston.
They need that kind of production from A.J. He's looked at one of the leaders on this team. And that's going to be a carrying violation on Armstrong. .43-38 our score. Tigers right now on top, trailing. Ivy Smith Jr. with the basketball to Etienne.
Loose ball, Texas Southern comes away with it.
Oh, that's a good block there by Cam Christian.
Cross-court pass to Devontae Jackson.
Etienne with the basket, shot up, no good. Trayvon Bunch high up for the rebound. Here comes Ivy Smith Jr. Three, Cam Christian, in and out, no good.
And a foul coming up.
Foul is on Devontae Jackson.
At the line now for Texas Southern, this is Justin Hopkins. Redshirt junior out of Huntsville, Alabama.
Two shots here on the throws.
First free throw up and good.
And now coming back into the ball game, Prince Moss. He'll take out Devontae Jackson. 44-40 is our score. 12:52 remaining here in the ball game. One more free throw attempt here by Justin Hopkins. Ivy Smith Jr. now will bring the ball across the half-court line. He'll be defended by Bryson Etienne. Now to A.J. Gaston, the Prince Moss.
Ball almost knocked away. Is knocked away, and a foul coming up. Looks like it's going to be against
Oh, they're going to call that on
Christian.
Cam Christian.
I saw that one. Didn't like it, but I saw it.
Yep. And really can't do anything about that. They're both going for it, but it seemed like when you were looking at it, Justin Hopkins really had a little bit of an inside advantage on the ball. And Cam Christian is going to be called for the foul. 45-40 the score. Grambling trailing. 12:33 remaining in the ball game. Chris Baldwin back in the ball game now for Texas Southern. Inside pass the ball, foul coming up.
That's going to be on Christian again. That's his fourth.
He was in the same position the other night.
He was.
Against Prairie View A&M.
They needed him during a certain stretch of that game. So you can't have situations like this. This is another part of the game that Grambling has to do. You know, you can't get in foul trouble this early in the game, especially when you're trying to mount comebacks.
And the shot up and good by Rosas, who really doesn't have a lot going, just 6 points on the evening. He's averaging a double-double, but gets 2 there, and it's now 47-40. Grambling now trailing by 7. Ivy Smith Jr. Etienne's going to be called for that foul. We have a timeout on the floor with this score. The Grambling Tigers trail Texas Southern 47-40. For our radio side, we got to take a 1-minute timeout. 1 minute, we'll be right back. All right, for our television side, of course, 47-40 the score, 11:59 remaining here in this ball game. Let's take a look at the men's basketball schedule. They've got Jackson State University coming up on Saturday, January the 25th. That's a 5:30 start. Remember, the women's game starts at 3, men's game at 5:30, and then Arkansas Pine Bluff on Saturday, February the 1st to start things off, and that will be a 7:30 contest. Women will begin at 5:30. On the 3rd of February, Mississippi Valley will be the next opponent. That's the last of a 3-game road trip, the longest road trip of the year in conference play for the Grambling Tigers. February 3rd, 7:30 p.m. And then home and home games with Southern University and Alcorn State. February the 8th at 5:30, and then, of course, on that Monday, February the 10th at 7:30 p.m. For ticket information, all you got to do is call the ticket office, 274-2625. 47-40 the score. The Grambling State University Tigers trail Texas Southern University. 11:59 remaining here in the ball game. And if you're Grambling, you just got to get stops, and then you get buckets. But you can't, you have to take threes necessarily unless they're wide open and you got the green light. But I think that right now it's just Grambling getting back into their game.
Absolutely. You talked about, got to get back into their game, got to get back into their rhythm. It takes very little to get out of a rhythm. One wrong step and everything can fall off.
Grambling Tigers will inbound the basketball. Ivy Smith Jr. Cross-court pass to Prince Moss. Inside to Trayvon Bunch. Jump ball, and it goes, possession goes to Grambling.
8 seconds left on the shot clock, however. And
5-second call. Great defense. Oh, they're going to call a timeout. So they will get a timeout here. We'll keep it right here. Grambling could not get the ball inbounded. It's a 30-second timeout. And I believe that leaves them with 1 timeout for the game.
It's too early to have only 1 timeout, especially when you're playing from behind.
47-40 our score, 11:46 remaining here in the ball game. While I have an opportunity coming up, great program April 16th through the 19th. It's the Black College Dance Exchange, hosted by Grambling State University's Orchesis Dance Company. Diane Maroney-Grigsby is the artistic director. The theme for this year's program, striving for excellence through dance, learning, social, and performance. They will have it's open to all dance teams and studios, open to all colleges and universities. They have all kinds of programs, including an opening parade, 2 technique classes, and 1 master class per day. They have all kinds of things, so make sure that you go ahead and you register now. For more information, you can go to www.gram.edu. That's www.gram.edu. And that's going to be a foul coming up against A.J. Gaston. That's his first personal, second. And now Texas Southern in the bonus for the rest of the game.
Definitely too early for all these things to be happening for Grambling, so now you got to play an even better brand of basketball.
Armstrong with the basketball, moving to his right. Oh, they're going to call a foul. That's a cheap call there. Looked like that somebody had knocked the ball out of his hands. Let's see where the foul happened at. Oh, it happened right there. Ivy Smith Jr.
A.J. Gaston stuck his hand in the cookie jar.
It should have been on Ivy though, because Ivy was the one that bumped him. But they gave it to A.J. Gaston. That means he has 3.
First free throw is up and good.
I don't have an argument that there was a foul, but I think that the foul was on the wrong person. When you look at the replay, Ivy Smith Jr. was the one who bumped Armstrong, and at the end, it was A.J. Gaston that got a piece of the ball.
You know, we're looking at it one more time. You're watching GSU TV. There was a bump kind of simultaneous, so it's kind of depends on your angle and what you see or what you feel happened first.
Free throw up and good. 48-40 the score. Grambling trailing, 11:30 remaining in the ball game, and Texas Southern in the 1-1 in the bonus now for the rest of the game. Ivy Smith Jr. looking now to Devontae Jackson. Jackson giving up to Prince Moss to Trayvon Bunch. Bounce pass inside of Jackson, who draws a double team, now triple team. Ball knocked out of his hands, and Chris Baldwin comes up with the ball for Texas Southern. Now to Armstrong. Armstrong loses the ball. Here comes Ivy Smith Jr. Ivy goes all the way in, can't get the bucket, but he will draw the foul on Etienne.
Ivy Smith just has a knack for the game. He knows where every player on the court, whether you're on his team or not, he always knows where everybody is at the floor, on the floor.
Bryson Etienne with his second personal foul, and Armstrong getting an earful from Johnny Jones from Texas Southern University. Randolph coming in now for Devontae Jackson. After the free throw, you can expect Texas Southern to start moving down the floor. And the ball was thrown off of Armstrong back to Texas Southern off the missed shot and the rebound. Rosas now gets it to Etienne. Back to Rosas. Grambling showing full court press here.
And a 10-second violation. Grambling's bench was all over that one. So now they're talking about the 10-second violation.
Well, here's the thing, the shot clock was at 20. It is a 10-second violation. The shot clock was at 20 and they hadn't crossed half court.
You wonder if they were going to argue, well, the ball was in the air crossing half court.
Well, here was the problem here. The problem is that the official on the opposite side
called it.
Well, yeah, called it because the one on the near side did not call that 10-second violation. If you're watching on GSU TV, you see the 10-second call right there on the referee on the other side of the floor. Ivy Smith Jr. now with the basketball. Now to A.J. Gaston. Gaston nearly losing his footing, gets it back. Not a Randolph. Ooh, that's going to be an offensive foul. Are they going to call that a blocking foul?
Does not look like it.
They are going to call it?
They are.
Yeah. Rosas gets the foul. That will be his 4th personal. And so now back to the free throw line will be Randolph. First free throw is up and good. And for Randolph, shooting just 52% from the free throw line. But hits the first one and the second one, 49-43. 10:29 remaining here in the ball game. And Texas Southern is being pressed now. They get across the half-court line to avoid the 10-second call. Etienne's going to be called for traveling. Yep. Etienne took a deep step going one way and then put that other foot down before he had an opportunity to put the ball on the floor. And it's now Grambling basketball. 49-43 is the score. 10:16 remaining here in the ball game. Shot up by Randolph, no good. Rebound on the floor now. A.J. Gaston lost control of it. .49-43 the score, and now it'll be Ivy Smith Jr. inbounding the basketball under his own goal. A.J. Gaston lost control of the basketball, and Etienne comes away with it. Etienne is going to be called for the foul.
Nice job.
That's going to be 3 on him, I believe.
That's just a nice job by Ivy Smith being able to get into position, draw that charge. Far too many times you see a lot of moves when you've been playing the game long enough. You know a lot of players' tendencies. You know a lot of moves that are going to come. So Ivy Smith, a very smart basketball player, has a very high basketball IQ, knew what was coming and just stepped right in front of it.
49-43 the score, 9:41 remaining in the ball game. Now Cunningham, who checks back in and has the ball, goes in for the shot, no good, hard off the glass. Bunch gets the rebound though, and he gets it out to Ivy Smith.
Three seconds, 2 seconds, floater by Ivy, no good.
He was trying to wave Bunch down into the paint as well as Randolph. Armstrong to Etienne, now to Chris Baldwin. Shot is up, no good. And Randolph snatches the ball out of the hands of Eden Ewing.
Ivy's
shot is good.
Prince Moss.
Prince Moss gets the ball, goes up and gets fouled. And now he'll have an opportunity to try to complete the three-point play.
Kind of just threw it up there. Knew the foul was, tried to get continuation, so he did, and he gets the and one. So now he has a chance to cut this down to a one-possession ball game. Free throws up and good. Now we have a three-point contest, and Grambling State turning up the pressure full court. Ball finally crosses half court, now into the hands of Armstrong. Armstrong guarded by Ivy.
Yeah, that's going to be the matchup right there. It's Ivy and Armstrong.
That's definitely the matchup right now. Armstrong, 10 seconds on the shot clock.
8:30 remaining in the ballgame. 49-46. Grambling trailing. Bounce pass to
3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Edmonds. Shot up, no good. Here comes Grambling. Cunningham with the basketball down the right side, far side of the floor. Back out to Prince Moss. Nice ball fake shot up, no good. But you got to give it to Prince Moss. He had everybody up in the air. And E. Ewing gets a long pass and in stride gets the layup, and it's now 51-46, 8 minutes remaining in the ball game. Next dead ball will be our under 8 timeout. Nice bounce pass inside. Trayvon Bunch. A nice alley-oop from Ivy Smith Jr.
Ivy Smith light with the ball. Knows where his man is. We've said it before, just throw it up to Trayvon Bunch and he'll go get it.
Foul coming up on Ivy Smith Jr. as well as we move to the media timeout. First personal. We'll have a timeout on the floor. 51-48 is the score. 7:45 remaining here in the ball game. We'll take this timeout. You're listening to the Grambling Sports Radio Network and watching it live on GSU TV.
What is Grambling? Grambling is growing. It's a community. Grambling is an education, an experience. Grambling is legacy, tradition, and the future. What is Grambling? Grambling is all of this and more. Grambling is the place where everybody is somebody.
At the Frederick C. Hamdi Assembly Center here on the campus at Grambling State University. Taking a look at the women's basketball schedule. Again, they'll go against undefeated Jackson State University. They're 6-0 on the season in conference play. That's next week. Then they'll take on Pine Bluff and Mississippi Valley and Southern and Alcorn, then coming up on February the 8th and the 10th. And of course, we'll take our good friends at Coors Light for all of their support of Grambling State University athletics. 51-48 the score. The Grambling State University Tigers are trailing Texas Southern University. Dante Jackson trying to get the Grambling State University basketball team to the tournament, the NC2A tournament that is, and that would be for the first time in history. There was one other time, a couple of times, Grambling as an 8 seed under Bobby Washington played Alabama State in the SWAC championship game and did not get to the NC2A tournament, but did get to the finals. And so Grambling trying to become that team to get to the NC2A tournament after last year winning the regular season crown. Etienne from Texas Southern shooting at the free throw line. 52-48 now the score. 7:45 remaining here in the ball game.
Second free throw up won't go. Ball corralled by Grambling State, now headed back the other way, trying so hard to tie this ball game up. Still a lot of time left in this contest. Nice ball fake by Prince Moss, but just throws it away.
Mumford caught the ball on the bench.
Ivy Smith trying to say that it was tipped. Either way, Texas Southern basketball.
Of course, today is Coaches versus Cancer Suits and Sneakers Week. And you'll see teams throughout the country wearing their suits and sneakers, bringing more awareness to cancer and more. Look at that long three-pointer by Armstrong. And now it is 55-48, 7-point lead for Texas Southern. Ivy Smith Jr. for three, no good. Rebound by Armstrong. But that was a deep three by Armstrong. Inside pass.
Deflected, but Texas Southern still stays with it.
Cunningham nearly had a turnover there. Armstrong controlling the ball. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Armstrong with the floater, good. 57-48 the score. 6:31 remaining here in the ball game. Randolph with the basketball, gets it out to Cunningham. Grambling's gonna need a bucket here. Nice shot. Oh, Cunningham just couldn't make it go. Rolled off the back of the iron. And now Texas Southern trying to go up double digits.
Shot up, no good for Etienne.
And rebound by Trayvon Bunch. Etienne nearly had a steal. And a foul coming up. And that foul is going to go against Chris Baldwin. (57-48) the score. 5:40 remaining in the ball game. And seem to have a lot going on behind us there, sir.
Not sure if we have some Texas Southern fans behind us. Either way, they're probably on the wrong side.
Probably. Randolph shooting 52% for the game, or for the free throw line on the season. And he'll get another opportunity here.
Free throw, no good. Randolph come down with it, though. Texas Southern able to come down with it, though. Etienne too strong. Ivy Smith able to get the rebound.
57-49 the score. Grambling is trailing. Cunningham with the basketball. Cunningham going up. He faked it. Gave it off to Randolph. Now over to Prince Moss. He'll shoot the three-pointer. No good. And the ball comes down to Etienne. 5:14 remaining here in the ball game. I don't think we've taken our under 8 timeout yet.
I don't think so either.
Armstrong goes up, gets the bucket, and now they're up by 10. (59-49) to score. 4:59 remaining in the ball game. Cam Christian will check into the contest, replacing Prince Moss. And Armstrong now, 13 points. And Chris Baldwin goes up for the shot, and he's blocked, but he's going to draw a foul. Is that on Cam Christian?
I believe so. If so, that's tricky.
Got the wave going on here at the Assembly Center. Cam Christian checked in and he fouled out.
So yeah, now that is 5 for him, so he is going from this game.
That's the second game that he's fouled out in. A.J. Gaston checks into the ballgame for Cam Christian. In the meantime, Grambling now down double digits. First free throw is up and good. Free throw no good. Ball on the floor. Ivy Smith Jr. gets it. 11-point deficit now for the Tigers. 4:54 remaining in the ball game. Cunningham to A.J. Gaston. Ivy Smith Jr., he's defended by Etienne now. 11 left on the shot clock. A.J. Gaston for three, no good. Ball tipped, no good, and Chris Baldwin with the rebound. 4:32 remaining in the ball game. Grambling running out of time here. Still plenty of time left. Oh, it's going to be a pick. And Ivy Smith Jr. ran right into Baldwin. It was like he ran into a brick wall. No foul there. He was standing still. Cunningham goes and gets the bucket, cutting it to 9. There were a couple of folks that wanted, over on the other side, that wanted a foul call there, but Chris Baldwin was standing there. He did not move.
Did not move, did not do anything, and it
There's
happened
another
again.
One. This time he picked off Cunningham. Baldwin, a three-pointer, way off the mark. And Johnny Jones.
I'll let you hear about that one.
Yeah. Johnny Jones talking to Baldwin about what are you doing? He had 22 seconds on the shot clock shooting a three-pointer. We'll take a timeout, 60-51 our score. We'll take this timeout, we'll be right back.
Grambling State University is the home of innovation, where influencers invest, where academics change the world, where we've been raising the bar for HBCUs on the field, in history, and in our community for more than a century. Join the next generation of world changers and innovation makers at the place where everybody is truly somebody.
Now they have the ball. Cunningham, Ivy Smith Jr., Randolph, Devontae Jackson, and A.J. Gaston all in the game for Grambling. Cunningham nearly traveled, gets it out to Randolph. Still 16 left on the shot clock. Cunningham going in, getting the shot good. 16-53, Cunningham now with 10 points. Cunningham, Ivy Smith Jr., and Devontae Jackson all with 10 points. They got that high kick set up out there and it's killing the guards.
Absolutely. And they know that their guards can outrun, or they feel like they can outrun the Grambling guards, especially if you just throw a pick, essentially a brick wall in the way.
Shot up by Rosas, no good. Randolph can't hit the bucket. Ball tipped out, and now Cunningham has it. They're getting rebounds, offensive rebounds, and that's one of the things that Coach Jackson talked about is getting second chance opportunities. Matter of fact, they're out rebounding Texas Southern 36-27. Randolph, another rebound, shot up no good, no foul call, and everybody is just like, how did you not call that? .2:31 left to go in the ball game. Coach Johnny Jones telling everybody to slow down. Cunningham will come play the ball. Armstrong out top. 60-53 to score. And that's going to be an offensive foul on Armstrong.
For Armstrong, that's going to be his third.
That was a great play by Ivy Smith.
Yeah, Ivy Smith had to take one for the team right there. Armstrong came down full speed.
Got a quick announcement for you here in just a second. According to official Grambling State University Twitter accounts, due to a water outage, campus will close for operations and classes are canceled on Tuesday. For safety and security, repairs will resume in the morning. So repairs will resume in the morning, but no classes on campus tomorrow because of a water outage. Ivy Smith Jr. going up, can't hit the shot, but he draws the foul. He draws more fouls.
Because he's not afraid to go inside. You know, he's a very shifty individual, and sometimes when he goes inside, he knows, he's like a magician with the basketball. 1 minute is here, 1 minute it's not.
So fouling out of the ball game is Rosas, and he fouls out with 6 points. And he's a guy that gets in double figures every game. Well, if he fouls out of the ball game, he can't stay in there.
Now back into the ball game now for Texas Southern, Jordan Andrews.
Ivy Smith shooting 79% from the free throw line.
First free throw up and good. Second free throw good. Now we have a 5-point ball game with just less than 2 minutes remaining here in the game.
Etienne gets the ball across the half-court line. Armstrong with the ball. He's defended by A.J. Gaston. Johnny Jones telling him just to slow down. 60-55, 1:39 remaining in the game. Armstrong nearly losing the basketball, and the shot clock expires.
Excellent defensive stand by Grambling, but at the same time, took a lot of time off the clock. Into the game now for Grambling is Mumford. His first action on the court. And a quick three.
No good. And Mumford did the same thing against Prairie View. Mumford did the same thing against Prairie View.
And a tie-up, but they're going to call it a foul on Gaston, and that's Gaston's fourth.
(60-55), 1:14 remaining. Mumford has got to slow down the shot selection. You got plenty of time. It's 60-55, and that's what Coach Jackson was telling him, is that you didn't need the three-point bucket there.
Not at all. It's so very early in the shot clock. A defender clearly in his face.
Free throw up by Armstrong is good.
You just don't need those shots right there. I understand you're down and you want to get back in this game, but you still have a lot of time left in this contest. That shot was not needed.
And that's something that Johnny Jones was fussing with Chris Baldwin about before he went out of the ball game, is you cannot take those shots that early in the shot clock. Ivy Smith with the ball. And he draws a foul. And that's going to be our Armstrong, and is that 4 on him?
Looks like it. Yep, that's his fourth.
And Ivy Smith, who shoots 79%, will be at the free throw line. First free throw is up and good. Just a reminder, we have been told that because of a water outage, campus will close for operations and classes are canceled for tomorrow.
Second free throw was up and good.
Oh, nearly a steal there by Ivy. And I don't think Coach Jackson wanted that foul just as of yet. Randolph with his fourth. So Gaston with 4, Randolph with 4. Cam Christian has already fouled out of the ball game.
Playing a very dangerous game.
Now Grambling with the basketball.
Mumford takes another three.
Still too early. Why is he taking those threes that early in the shot clock?
And
now Cunningham has to foul.
Coach Jackson not happy with that three-pointer either.
You get a bucket there at 64-59, and then you get a stop on the other side. 47 seconds, still time left, but man. Bucket is good. Well, coming into the ball game, Kevin Granger Jr. And give you a little history on this young man. Kevin Granger, well, his dad really. Kevin Granger is now the vice president of athletics at Texas Southern University, but he's also one of the most standout players in the history of Texas Southern University. 1993-94 season as Ivy Smith Jr. goes in for the shot, no good. Ball tipped around and goes out of bounds. But Kevin Granger and Kenny Sykes were in the top 5 in scoring in the nation in the 93-94 season. Willis Reed at that point in time, who was doing scouting for the New Jersey Nets, I should say Larry Wright as well, they came out to see these guys because they were tops in the nation. And so now his son has a chance to play on this basketball team, a team that, of course, now he's the athletic director of. Kind of an interesting story.
Very interesting story. And
jump ball, possession, Texas Southern.
possession or still stays with Texas Southern. Still a 65-59 game with 30 seconds left.
But you get those 4 points instead of 2 3-pointers. Now you got a 2-point ball game.
Very right.
Wow, that's going to be, that's a block on Ivy Smith. It's going to be 3 on him. Third personal. Just a reminder that campus will be closed tomorrow. They are going to be resuming repairs, the water outage that's going on campus. I'm sure it's more than just the campus as well. Free throw is up and good by Jordan Andrews, 6'5" graduate student from Laplace, Louisiana, transferred from South Alabama.
AJ Gasson with 3.
No good. Cunningham now will take the 3. It's no good. Trayvon Bunch will get the dunk. Shot up, no good. They're going to call that foul.
And that's a late foul. That's a very late call.
Well, Johnny Jones is after the official on the other side because he didn't make that call. There was the official that was trailing actually made the call, and it should have been the official who was actually ahead of the play. That's fair for Johnny Jones being angry about that because he should have made that call. 66-61, shot is up and good. And Granger hits the shot. 68-61. Offensive foul charged to Cunningham. And Coach Jackson saying no foul. So the Tigers have now lost 3 in a row. After starting off 3-0, they're now 3-3 in conference play as they lose a tough one here, 68-61 to Texas Southern University. We'll take this timeout. When we come back, we'll talk to head coach Dante Jackson. 68-61 the final score. We'll take this timeout. We'll be right back here on the Grambling Sports Radio Network and GSU TV. 2-minute timeout. We'll be right back.